Alrighty, there we go. Looks like everything's working. Thankfully, this is working much better than the last stream I did months ago. And hello and welcome to the 1.9 live, not live stream, but the 1.9 Victoria 3 update. I did launch a video earlier for the United States, but now we have Russia with a funny quirk of a bug. One of the devs pointed this out in the public chat, but Russia and a lot of other countries are actually starting with less pops than they're meant to, thanks to a bug, because they have women's rights giving workforce ratio and it deleted some of the pops. So that is a funny little bug. We're just going to kind of play Russia today. We're just going to kind of see where we can get to and just kind of how far we can take this. Need to see really quickly here if I can add the bourgeoisie. We're going to just kind of do some setups while we let people filter in here and there. Just kind of see what laws we can change early on. You know, different things here and there and all, whatnot. I have to remember to have a side chat window open on my phone too, because otherwise I can't see anything because I don't have a monitor. Oh! Interesting. That makes sense. Russia did not start with stock exchange in 1.8, nor corporate charters, so this is a buff for Russia right here. You have 2 more starting texts now. I would usually get stock exchange first for the market access price impact, but it looks like plans have now changed. We're just going to go through a couple of these while we wait. Fishing trawlers, just setting up everything. It's not too difficult. It's just a lot of clicking to go through. Do we want to sell liquor from the grocery stores? I don't know. Rye farms can do apple orchards, so you know what? Maybe we do. Maybe we do apple orchards. We crash that price of sugar, and we make lots of liquor. We're gonna have fun with that. Should be fun. We'll see if it's fun or not. Alright, so first order of business as Russia is usually to get a lot of construction going, because you already have a lot of iron potential and you can import more. So we're just gonna get a lot of that started. Multiple different areas for iron, as well as getting a lot of those states incorporated. Not too many, because otherwise we go into way too much of a bureaucracy deficit, but kind of some of just what I would consider essentials and nice haves. Various things we want. I know we have a couple of treaties at the start. We technically have a defense alliance with both Prussia and Austria, which I guess is meant to help prevent you going to war in like 1840. You could technically renegotiate the treaties and change them entirely if you really wanted to. We also started the Russian-American Company, which apparently gives you prime meat as a prestige good. Really? We might want to try to just annex them at some point and change the company. What other rights can they be given? Coal and fishing. Okay. So they can have a lot of industries for a single company, which is not bad, but prime meat? Really? I'm fine with it. It's just weird. I can see it from the whaling industry, since that does produce meat, but otherwise it is just really weird. I noticed everything kind of starts on low tariffs both ways, which I feel like just kind of hampers trade. So I'm trying to mitigate that where I can, just to make it easier. So we will see how that goes. And we're probably just going to invade Persia. I always do this as Russia, just kind of make them a protectorate. Oh, it's 0.2 cheaper. How weird. Probably from the missing pops. It's usually around 30, so the fact that it's 29.8 just kind of weirded me out slightly. And just quickly make sure we don't forget about the resources. We're also going to just upgrade the army. It's just going to be a lot of Russia. We might actually stay as the Tsardom. We might not overthrow the Tsar. We might overthrow the Tsar. I haven't decided yet. I know we are going to do some interest. We might actually help China against the UK. Just because I think it's really funny to take the UK down a peg. Or 5. And also, it'll be a lot easier to some good treaties with Qing if they like us, and Britain hates us. And if Britain hates us, that's a bonus. For the most part, it's a bonus. So we'll go ahead and get it started. Austria's improving relations. That didn't take long at all. Higher learning. Wow, that didn't take long at all. And Persia back down. This is scary. What's the game planning? I don't know what the game's planning. I already don't like it. Yeah, we definitely have less pops. I feel that. There's the matter of, do we want to change the power block, actually? And what I was considering was leaving it and making the religious convocation block. That means no sovereign empire, though. You know what? Just for the funny, we're gonna do it. It's gonna make all of the other countries dislike us, but this gets a +5 birth rate now. So, I have decided, why not just do it for the really, really funny moment? Which one do we want? We just take Divine Economics. And the Neva Pact? Don't know what that is, so I guess we'll just form it and see what happens. That should be funny. But our birth rate, 1.61 already. Yeah, so it's already having an effect. And the Orthodox already go up 3% cloud. That is going to make some reforms harder. And in theory, that's not something we want to do, but I think it's just funny. And sometimes what you need to do is whatever is funny. Oh, this is a good one. That'll make it easier to get the appointed bureaucrats through. They're already growing at 1.59 because of that 5% bonus. Cool. Eternal monarchy. Ideological union, Vincent, that is kind of where Austria starts with it. Where is their power block information? It's this, where you can enforce a regime change on any of your members. It makes it easier for the block leader to enact laws, and all of the members have legal synergy, which means it's notably easier for them to enact a law that the power block leader already has enacted. I have no idea how to watch my own stream on the phone. Give me just a moment while I let you read that there. I think I just have to watch my own live stream, basically. Yeah. There we go. I can see the chat much more easily now. And the dog has come to say hello. That says the wind outside. But Persia's already back down, so we kind of don't have that war going on anymore. So we're just going to let things play out and see what happens. We're going to improve a lot of relations first before we actually start digging into treaties. We might actually... Oh, the Ottomans just straight up left the treaty we had with them. Well, I didn't like them either, even though that was really just us bullying them. Theocracy would fit the religious convocation, but to be fair, the Orthodox Church in Russia actually more strongly endorses... Where is it? They do more strongly endorse the monarchy under moralists, but more importantly, with the Russian Orthodox Patriarchy, it sees the Tsar above all. So we're going to quietly interpret that as them assuming that the Tsar is, you know, God's person on Earth and all that, and that making him no longer in charge would actually be a really bad thing. We're gonna try to actually do notable imports as well here. There's a lot going on at once. Let's try to get out of that view. Let's see. Yeah, hopefully the trade centers can import, but I don't think we have too many at the start as Russia. I'm not certain. Oh, we have some, but they're busy doing exports, which might make it harder. Yep, full divine right of kings. That's basically what this is. Our appointed bureaucrats is kind of debate successing, debate failing, which is normal. It's par for the course here. I actually should have made the subventions high on Russia. Oh, we can condemn slavery into the Ottomans already. How nice. That didn't knock them below great power status, but it knocked them pretty close to it. You see, your system's done already. Not bad. Not bad. It is worth noting that we're going to have to get a lot more bureaucracy, especially with the incorporations we're planning. So we are going to get those on the list, but I need to get a lot of the tools and iron done first, otherwise we're not going to be able to build at an ideal rate. And debate fail. Well, if this fails, that's fine. We can't win them all. Am planning to do, though. What are we at? 60? Raise taxes again. We're going to try to make the peasant movement really upset. So if the appointed bureaucrats doesn't work, we're just going to go straight to banning serfdom. But if appointed bureaucrats does work, that's a bonus. Like, we win either way. You see our pop growth fell from 1.67 to 1.17. Standard of living went down, though, so that kind of is self-explanatory, I'd say. Yeah, there we go. We're starting to get it down, though. I'm gonna say always spread the word so we never get that event again. Very good change that they did to the game. Maybe we should have helped Persia a bit. Oh, nope, they backed down. Cool, I'm seeing back downs more often. Oh, kudos to Persia for getting some of their territory for free. And thanks to that, we're actually now diplomatically relevant right next to them just because we have a sustained interest in Persia. You know, I noticed, did they just not ban opium yet? I guess not. I'm gonna say, the war with Britain is kind of overdue. But if they're not gonna do it, that's fine by me. London calling for the Belgian-Dutch dispute. Oh good, so we get to decide who we want to side with. If anyone. I usually just choose the 24 points because that makes all the Germans like you a little more. Clergy oversight actually exists for PM1 manor houses, financial districts? Yes! It does actually exist, and they have recently expanded it to include... It mentioned it here. It has been updated in 1.9, I noticed. It now includes company headquarters and regional company headquarters as well. But how that works, last I saw in 1.8, it doesn't actually show up in the ownership panel here. What it will do is it will kind of change privately owned into the clergy one instead. So it kind of just rips it away, so to speak. It forces the option into your hands. I don't know, we could side with all the little German statelets. We could make Belgium like us more. Belgium tends to get a good power base going. It looks like Britain sided with Belgium. Someone did. I'm just gonna choose 24 points because it's funny and also because Belgium wins anyway, so. Good to see Belgium winning though. Prior to 1.9, they would always get voted against in that every time. Every single time. Without fail. Now that we have some iron, we're just gonna expand this again. Clergy maxing monarchy run? Yeah, I don't see why not. As long as everyone believes in the Tsar, and if they express doubt in the Tsar, make sure to note that they are not welcome here. And then everyone gets a treaty with Belgium guaranteeing its independence for 5 years. So that's a neat bonus. Oh, the arsonists are at it again. Oh wow, the arsonists are really at it. Oh. No. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. Ooh, Greece, could you reduce my infamy by 10 points? Thank you, Greece. Aw, isn't that nice of Greece? I'm gonna go draft a treaty with them. Would you like a power block embassy? Trade privileges? I don't have the mana for this. Never mind, Greece. We'll come back later. A National Guard could be good. So good as Secret Police. They're both pretty good in their own ways. And the Orthodoxy just joined the Russian-Prussian Society, so they're actually happier now. So we're about to see a birth rate bonus. To counteract the fact that our standard of living has been falling. Okay, appointed bureaucrats is not working. We're gonna toss that over the edge. In favor of getting rid of serfdom with the help of a movement. Now, there's no guarantee this works. It could still fail, but ending serfdom is very important for our modernization. If we don't end it, we're just going to have problems later. It'll take longer to get literacy. The peasants just won't get qualifications. Because if we don't end serfdom, we can't make schools, and if we can't make schools, yeah. That'll be pretty problematic at that point. How much are we spending on subventions? Almost none, actually. It looks like there's a very big deficit of iron. So we can't really import it, even though we're trying to. But that's not necessarily the game isn't making iron, it's just there's not a lot. Landowners and Orthodox love serfdom. Yeah, the Orthodoxy is kind of special in that regard, that they love serfdom and will keep supporting it the whole way. It's like a ride or die train for them in this. They're gonna support it, and you're gonna like it, or, you know, you're gonna have a problem. Oh, we found a lot of gold already. Nice. Normally I'd start building some tool workshops, but we'll kind of mix it up with all those gold mines, just because the minting from the gold will be very valuable once we get it. And then we just got some government administration building because we need to be able to keep a positive balance there. We're going to generate a lot of debt. A gold company? We could do a gold company. It's not a bad idea. I want to get rid of the Russian-American company at some point, but since they exist as a country, the country has to cease to exist. And this one is designed that you can't annex it. You can't do anything until you've got the civilizing mission. So we're kind of stuck with it for the foreseeable future. In fact, it looks like they technically made prime meat an existing thing already. I didn't even notice them reach it. I don't think they did reach it. Did they reach it? Let's find out. They did not. Okay, it's just tricking me. Good. Yeah, there's a lot of companies we could do. I've done the gourmet groceries from the base one that gives the birth rate. I'd love to grab that for the birth rate itself. But there are a lot of companies, including several new companies that exist in the game. Some of them are in Europe, some of them are in Asia, so they're kind of spread out. There's some of the Americas. So there's a lot of choices. There's like 3 different glass ones that all produce a different version of porcelain. Actually, no, wait, this is Bohemian glass, so that one is different. One thing I am thinking, though, if I can find it in here... Oh, there's the Lee Wilson and Company. That's a new American company in Arkansas. Let's see. There is a company I saw while looking at Vodka Monopoly. We, if we so choose, could do the Vodka Monopoly, which would allow us to make prestige liquor, and with enough time and investment, possibly get liquor obsessions. I think we go for this. I would really like to do the producers to get the birth rate, but I want to see if the vodka works. I'm glad you agree, Vincent. We'll see if we can get to it, and if it does, we'll try to get it to work. Although I do have a bit of hail landing outside, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. If it gets too heavy, we might get interrupted pretty bad. Russian pops do not start with a vodka obsession, I'm afraid. There is a mod out there for previous versions of the game that do give it to them, but they do not start with it in the vanilla game. As cool as that would be, they don't start with it. 138, that's a decent amount of construction, but we can do better. By better, I mean I'm gonna go bankrupt doing this, but that's okay. Yes, the French pops and the Italian pops both start with a wine obsession. I believe the Occitanians do as well. Yes, they all start with a wine obsession. Building a lot of those gold mines now. As you can see, we're spending a lot of money because our investment pool doesn't exist. Because the laws were under, so they're just not able to do much. They're mostly privatizing, occasionally expanding something. Time to sell alcohol. We could try, but since they already have their wine obsessions, they might get the liquor obsession. They also might not. Oh, we got 2 techs there in one go. The problem is that we don't know if they'll get the obsession or if they'll even buy it, but they might. It's... Oh, wow, we actually... I'm gonna be honest, we got the atmospheric engine ahead of when I'm used to. 1840 is a bit early because of that tech that we don't have to do stock exchange anymore. We just start with it, which is great for a Russia. True, maybe isn't hard, no. Oh, what's going on here? I don't know. I feel like bullying the Ottomans a little. We could start taking parts of Romania. I'd like to get the oil in the long run. But we'll just go for Moldavia. Great. Oh, well, we banned serfdom and we're off to bully the Ottomans. This is a good day. You honestly couldn't go wrong here. And we'll try to do those new blockades while we're at it. And just starve the Ottomans out. Oh, we could have gone for a liberate Bulgaria, that's true, but I wait, Greece still owes us an obligation. Did we get a second one somehow? I mean, I'll take it. That's less infamy for us. And our standard of living has already skyrocketed because most of our pops are peasants and now they're free. That's great. We do need to get off traditionalism at some point, but that is probably going to wait for a longer period. We will actually go for religious schools. The Orthodoxy will love it. It's going to give us education. It'll make them stronger, but yeah, maybe next war. We could do it next war. But for now, we're just going to beat the Ottomans down. They might push into Egypt a bit, but as long as we seize their capital, it won't really matter that much. Got the atmospheric engine going. I did forget that we were building up coal mines, so let's just switch everything over now. They're not going to run too well at first because of the lack of tools, but we will try to use subventions to kind of pull that in. And then when it comes to iron, we'll just stop using subventions and just make it difficult to export. Now that we're kind of on the path of self-sustainment when it comes to iron. Yeah, we could liberate them, try to liberate some of the Balkans, probably bring them in our sphere of influence, like you mentioned, Bulgaria. They're usually Orthodox. Moldavia is Orthodox. It's also burning because we're occupying the country, but don't listen to that part. Just ignore it, it's not there. It looks like Qing just decided to not ban opium, so we were gonna offer to help them if the time came up, but it never did, so oh well. Oh, we just got banking, just straight up, here's some banking. Sweet. For the Orthodox power block, right? We do need to now seriously consider building multiple tool workshops before we continue. Otherwise, we're not going to have the tools, and things will just get more expensive. In fact, let's just kind of toss the tools ahead of the line, because they need to be focused. The mines are running out of tools. That's really bad. I see, so independence is not... Because some of the Ottomans are occupying some of Egypt. The invasion's too many formations. Oh, I didn't know you could add more than one. That's definitely a bug. There we go, that's better. We just have to liberate the parts of Egypt that got occupied here, and then we'll be able to win. Oh. It looks like we're already winning. That was quick. The trade unions joined in hating on the Ottomans now. This is probably not a good thing for the Ottomans. I think it's great for us, though. Just gonna give Moscow a road decree because it's suffering from connectivity issues. And it makes a lot of tools, so having it connect better would be very valuable. And there we go. We have added another fine addition to our collection. We will see how long they remain in that collection. Oh, shoot. When did we get a mandate? I didn't even notice. We actually earned it so fast. We could go for at least clergy oversight now. I'm actually going to wait on that, because if we do it too soon, we're not going to be able to get the strength we need to actually push reforms through that we need. We could go for the company slot first to get that free company at level 3. That would let us get the vodka monopoly rolling faster. Or food standardization, because at level 2 we drop our mortality by 10%, so we can just grow the pot. Wow, we're already growing at almost 2%. That's kind of scary. Yes, transportation infrastructure, it did get buffed. I noticed it gives economy a scale cap now, which is really nice. And Montenegro will actually join us. They're disinterested, they're cut off from everyone, but you know what? Honorary membership. I'm kind of like getting food standardization first for the mortality reduction. I think I want that just so we can grow the pops faster. But it will also technically benefit our agriculture a bit, including the subsistence farms. Grain just went down by 10% base price. How lovely. Oh, did I say 20? I'm sorry. No, it's correct. It is plus 10. I think I was reading the... Oh, sorry. That 20% throughput you saw, that's for the port building. The port building gets a 20% bonus. Every other building gets the plus 10 economy of scale cap, but that includes ports. So it's not wrong. It's just a little confusing because there was more to it than met the eye. Speaking of which, since we're about to pass religious schools here, we are in need of a lot more bureaucracy. We're also in need of paper, but one thing at a time. In fact, we're apparently exporting paper, and I'm gonna put a stop to the paper exports. Transports in the gigaports? Essentially, yeah. Argentina is attacking Uruguay. You know, I really don't care about that. I want to make alliances down here. I see we have a lot of influence now, actually. I'd like to make alliances down there, but there's no need to go excessively into it. Actually, we could befriend France. I want to befriend Prussia and kind of help Prussia become Germany and just make it the best friends ever. In fact, they're willing to give us... No, they're willing to get military access. They're probably willing to do a mutual trade on that. Nah, not quite, but it's close. We get trade privileges added on. That's a good step. And they're actually willing to give us military assistance. That's adorable. They actually want to, I see. Because we're allies? We're allies and neighbors. That's cool. I mean, I'm fine with just trade privileges and then giving them access rights. Yeah, there we go. It also changed the binding period because I forgot to change it, but that's okay. Just makes it easier for us to trade with them and vice versa. Trade is kind of all over the place, but we will see where that's going. The ominous rumble of thunder echoes in the background potentially. I'm sure it'll be fine. Minority rights movement. Huh. Neat. You know, what would happen if I bolstered you? You're going to 7%? You go up to 8? I see, you're not that strong then. You're strong, but you're not that strong. I am curious, if I build like 30 rye farms, how are they now since they have kind of changed things? We'll find out. Give it 20 days. Then we really do need the rule of folk in power to get off traditionalism. The problem is that we become an unaccepted government if we do that. any viable There are no viable agitators. I guess we could liberate Hungary. That would carve up Austria quite nicely. But that alone would pretty much handicap them, just from the amount that they lose. What do you guys support? I know I agreed to make a dedicated police force. I guess we go dedicated police force, actually, and then we'll use that as a bribe to enact a different law later. That'll have to work, yeah. We're at 81 legitimacy, so I'm just going to raise taxes again. It'll hurt the population, but they can deal with it. We can actually make steel. How exciting. I am mostly just kind of waiting for things to tick along here now. I do need to build universities for our literacy rate as well, but that's only starting to grow now. I am a bit surprised, too, that they petitioned for dedicated instead of local, but maybe they thought they had a better chance of passing it. I'm not sure. They're not wrong, though. It is definitely an easier, No, we're not helping Afghanistan. Afghanistan can burn. I'm actually going to keep Persia as a protectorate for a while. I want them to try to expand and take more territory. That'd be pretty good for us. All the expansion with none of the drawbacks. Alright, so we went from 1.89% pop growth to 2.23. That's pretty neat. We don't even have healthcare yet. How is Yaroslav doing now? Oh, I mean, the pay here is poor. The laborers are struggling and being taxed to heaven and back, but... I mean, it's working. We have plenty of sugar. So, yeah, I'd say that works. I'll even build 5 food industries here, and we'll leave it at that. I have to remember they've changed what that is. 455. I can switch this one to get it started, but 455? Yeah, we're gonna need more steel mills then. Which is a good thing. That means we'll actually have plenty of use for steel. Probably the amount of tools we ended up making. Might also be the amount that we're cementing, though. Oof. That one was definitely closer. Yeah, we still need a good deal of tools. It's just because we're on traditionalism, which is really murdering market access. And that's just not fun for us. I'm just kind of switching them over time so we don't max out our steel right away. And we will see what we can do about getting that vodka monopoly company going. Well, when we can, really. I think Ingria could use some more universities. Just a few. We'll get railway soon. They're actually tech spreading to us, so we'll have it by 1845 or so. Like, by the end of 1844. Ooh, the rule folk are led by a traditionalist now. That might not make it easier to get them in power, but it's worth considering. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that they made a change to the birth rate as well. Because I was kind of noticing it was higher, but since there's a bug where a lot of nations are starting with less pops than they're meant to, it was hard to tell at first. But there's definitely something stronger about it. That's for certain. I need to make sulfur so I can get this paper usage up. We can make sulfur, it's just one of those things that we never really invested into at the start, and now we have to suddenly invest into it. So here we are, trying to invest into it. And our steel. I'm noticing these are, the production method tool tipping is more accurate now. I wouldn't call it 100% accurate, but it feels like it's lying to me less, if that makes sense. And I consider that a good thing. Oh, I don't think we passed this in time, but we'll see if we do. Hopefully we do. Well, the population growing fast is good. That'll give us plenty of pops to use over time. Apparently the rule folk are upset now and they're doing old ways, but I'm just gonna pretend I don't see that. What I do need to realize, though, is that I forgot, once again, to assign more construction. Where are the coal mines? Here are the coal mines. Just have to set some of those up early on. Just gonna get it rolling. Oh, this is barely making money, but it is making money. I will take it. It's better than nothing. All that sugar that we're making domestically is definitely going to pay off, I'm sure. Eventually. It'll eventually pay off. Government petition completed. Very nice. It's an unacceptable government, but we'll just give it a shot because we really need to get off of traditionalism by any means. Because if we can get off that, that's kind of the last leg before we can start industrializing at a much faster pace. Canned meat for groceries? Yeah, we're gonna have to think on that whenever we get the technology done. It's just gonna take time. Speaking of time, it is time to talk to Ching and see what we can get from them. Now they're kind of... Woof. Thunder. They're kind of willing to consider it, thanks to differences in strength. Could guarantee their independence, maybe. We could just also roll this 52% chance, and I think I will just roll it. And they declined. Well, it happens. They don't always like us. Why does Greece... Oh, is the obligation not disappearing? Weird. I guess when we used it in the event, the obligation never disappeared. That's definitely a small bug. It's not like a big bug that breaks the game or anything, but it is one of those of, huh, that's weird moments. So we're gonna let mass communication finish here. I need to do a few things. We need to get central archives and dialectics next, because central archives will make bureaucracy easier. Dialectics will allow us to get more education going for more research purposes. Because goodness knows we need it. Otherwise, we're going to be at a snail's pace for research all game. That's no fun. Could tax grain. Taxing grain would probably be a bad idea, but we could do it. Technically, nothing's stopping us. Maybe our conscience, but otherwise there's nothing really stopping us. I definitely want to get more construction going, even though we're running a deficit. We're running a kind of a high deficit, actually, so this is a little risky. But we're going to expand just a few more. And then check for gold mines. Because, of course, they exist. We can invade them in 56. I'm trying to think on when. Yeah. Not much we can do, I guess. There are probably a treaty we can sign with Brazil, maybe. Power block embassies, yeah. Trade privileges, yeah. Yeah, there we go. It doesn't guarantee they fall into our sphere of influence, but we can trade for them for coffee, I guess. That's better than nothing, considering the alternatives. Let's see the black soil. Trying to see if there's any of these we can build up just to get some peasants into non-peasant jobs. Usually tends to help things run faster. Oh, are we in the debate success, debate fail trap? Oh, I hope not. Those are the worst. Unless an orthodox guy appears, we can't really pull in any agitators. So we're just kind of stuck waiting. Which is fine, we can wait away. There's just only so much credit I have to spend before it's too late. Bait event? I mean, we also just take the 5% chance and probably just look for a rule folk soldier. I doubt they exist. They only have 8%, so it's pretty unlikely. Yeah, I don't think we're finding them. No. Maybe in the Navy? Intelligentsia. But yeah, not really. We're just kind of in a holding pattern then. Just having to cycle through all these events as they come. I'm surprised at how quickly our... Well, this is why we need central archives. Or bureaucracy needs. There are some subsidies we could cancel now that things are a little more stable. Not great, but it'll cut down on costs a bit. Why is this one not doing well? Suddenly dropped, actually. Very suddenly. Well, let's work on getting that company slot then. If we survive, we might just go into debt at this rate. Ugh, so much unrealized tax. So painful. Oh, we got debate fail again. This game does not want us to get off traditionalism. We are just kind of at the mercy of RNG when it comes to that. We could have gotten the protectionist early from the gentry, but that didn't happen either, so... Yeah. And he's just a homesteader, land reformer, so there's not much we can do either in that regards. That's fine. I don't like the debt counter up there. Can we think about anything other than the debt? I really hate how it looks. I might look for foreign investors at this rate, just to help move the economy along. Does anyone want to buy a part of Russia? Oh, you know what? Oh, no, Britain joined against you? Sorry, Austria, you're on your own. Yeah, no. Jesus. No, we're not joining that. Austria's on its own. Commercialized agriculture is pretty good, yeah. Serfdom is the worst, and then from there it does kind of... In my opinion, it kind of depends on what you're going for in the country that you're building. So it does fall under a personal preference type style. But it's more of what is your goal? What are you aiming to do with your country? For me, I apparently am going into debt like I'm playing the 1930s. We could liberate Hungary, we could go after Austria, but we technically still have a defense treaty with them that we're bound to for 3 more years. We can't withdraw from this without suffering penalties. And even if we did that, we have so much debt already as it is that we might just murder ourselves in the process. Which is not good, but that's why we're getting Central Archives here. Which just finished, and not only is that going to help us get some of the unrealized tax back, instead of having to hire more people, we just throw more paper at them, and that solves the problem. That's not guaranteed to bring in enough revenue to make up for the cost of the paper, but that's why we invest in paper. We'll probably get around to bullying Austria at some point, but first we need to bully our own people. Ideally bullying them out of their money. So the state doesn't completely fail. Otherwise, the state might fail. Oh, they're getting closer. Oh yeah, there's more gold depleting, isn't there? We really should just kind of quietly assign those in the background and then forget about it. Yep. Debt's gone down a little. It's mostly interest that's kind of killing us now. The unrealized taxes, too, to boot. So, what has the worst tax? Because we're only going to change some of them over at a time. Due to how expensive paper is. Until the paper mills start to come online again, then we just kind of dump it all at once. In fact, we'll just kind of throw those ahead of the queue. Because we need to drop prices or else we can't get anything else done. There's the Kazakh revolt. Although it's very... Ah, no, there we go. That makes more sense. I just kind of ignored the events that came up for this because it's kind of easy to terminate. We don't even need to pay attention to it at this point. Mining accident. Oh, that's great. We can use this for the trade union. Maybe trade union. I meant rural folk. That way they have a little more clout and maybe they can get a little further. Maybe being the key word here. Trying to find my paper mills. Yeah, that's what I thought. The paper costs. Now that those paper mills have come online, we'll actually switch them all over. It's going to take time for them to recruit, but this will just make sure that there's always plenty of demand. And what that hopefully means is the goods cost here will drop a lot, and it'll end in a net positive for us. Dialectic spreading to us, it is. Very nice. Debate fail again. The industrialists would be another good option, this is very true. That's 3.5 though, so they still wouldn't even be even if we had done it for them, they still wouldn't be relevant. We'd still be sitting here waiting for them to show up. They're always fashionably late, it seems. Now we did get access to railroads. And it would be wise of us to start investing into such things. We actually need to make engines too, but thanks to how trade works now, we can at least import the initial engines that we need. We actually even have a railway already. But yeah, that was pretty easy. We pretty much just ignored that fight and dealt with it. Does mean we lose the 3 that were in it, and that's actually going to slow mandate progress down, but... Oh well. And then we have we're kind of spoiled for choice technology-wise. Water tube boiler is probably the next best case scenario for us. That's going to make a lot of these more effective. The gold mines especially, so there's nothing wrong with that. I think we grab that just because it's going to be the fastest one here. The rest of these are going to take longer. And the government is now illegitimate because the ruler is still arrogant. So I either drop taxes and we suffer, or we don't get off agrarianism. So we're stuck either way. Oh, we'll tax clothes at least. That'll make up the deficit, right? Yeah, the industrialists can be a pretty good IG to have. More often than not, they're usually pretty good to have. Maybe occasionally there's a reason you wouldn't want them, but that's probably very situational, like you're going for communist run. Yeah, I just said that. Ah, the shogunate. Don't mind me just making some trade deals in the background. And realizing that I have horribly mismanaged our funds. Usually, in my past experience in previous games, usually by now we're already off traditionalism and we can just let the economy roar as the investment pool takes over half the construction. But not this time. In this case, we're just kind of stuck in debate hell, which is really bad. And it's completely RNG based, so there's just not really much we can do about it except hope we get out of it. But Russia is Russia. Yeah, pretty much. I might have to let our construction pool partially dry up at this point. Just to keep things going. Not saying things would get bad. Oh, we're importing precision tools. Cool. I'm not saying things would get so bad that we'd go bankrupt or anything, but, you know, just in case. I guess if we get really broke, we could go war someone desperately for money. Or ask someone for money. Russia. We've always been good friends, right? Right? You like me, right? And I like you. Could I borrow some money? Could I borrow some money for 25 years? Thank you! Look at that, how nice of them. We're getting 2K a week now from Prussia. Excellent, the economy is saved. The nation will no longer risk bankruptcy. What have I gotten myself into? Even if we got all the unrealized taxes resolved, we'd still be in a really bad debt situation. We'll try to build some of it up at least, but it is bad no matter how you put it. And we just have to keep trying with agrarianism here. I just hope the debate success turns into actual success soon. I do not know how long we can fend off the tide, so to speak. Not every single state has a university, but we probably should spread it out to a lot more locations. More higher learning and all that good stuff. So we'll let that build in the background now while we silently contemplate life and its inevitable conclusion leading with our suffering. Oh look, we need more paper. How nice. So, mutual investment, embassy, power block. I mean, you know what? I don't see a reason to say no. Egypt kind of approached us and asked for friendship, and we pretty much just said yes. We didn't really have a reason to say no. I am going to change this to pattern 18 because that looks a lot better on the map. There we go. That's so much better. So much better. You know, I think we're going to be fine, but I can't help but notice the ominous red warning signs sitting right above us. We're over 50 million GDP, though. It's okay. Everything's fine. Don't worry. I looked at the private sector's building opium. That must mean something good, right? Actually, you know what? Persia, I need whatever tiny amounts of funds you can give me. I just need you to be my subject at this point. Yeah, that's not bad. 11k, that'll help us. The religious convocation statue. It gives 3 prestige, 25% conversion to the state it's built in, and less state penalties from turmoil. It also gives you 500 clergymen per statue, per state. I probably would normally not do central banking next. I really want that company to establish it, but we're kind of sitting in a situation where dropping the interest rate at all would help us a lot. So we're going to focus on what keeps us alive. What keeps us alive and what keeps us from being hung. So yeah, we're going to go with that and go from there. Hopefully that and it increases the GDP. Yeah, it's good. It's a pretty good statue. I don't build the power block statues that much, not out of disinterest, but there's usually always something else to build, and I'm always tied up building those things. Free company charter doesn't mean much to us, but in 3 years we'll have another company slot, which is pretty good. Okay. Probably just build more paper. We need to just drop whatever prices we can right now. There we are. I know we're kind of missing some engines because we're not importing that many because our limited trade capacity is probably nearing capacity. No, not yet. Not yet. It's trading a lot, though. Yeah, we could do the paper company. We'll probably do the vodka company out of just hilarity. Our main issue right now is we're kind of just waiting to get off traditionalism because it is murdering our taxation capacity. It's killing our market access, and it makes it to where the investment pool's contribution efficiency is cut in half. So it's just a lot of stacking negatives that we're having to deal with. That's the main thing that's kind of keeping us down right now. I think what we'll do next is build one of those motor industries, just so we're not worrying about importing motors anymore. Or engines. However you want to call them. Hey, we can make skirmish infantry now. We just don't have the bullets for them. I mean, we have a good chance to pass it. It just keeps doing debate. So we're just kind of waiting. Which isn't great, because we really can't afford to wait forever. That's only getting higher over time. It's only gonna get higher. It's a bit risky to keep building like this, but I'm noticing that we're falling down to 80k now in the negatives. So we're slowly getting there. It's slowly getting better. It can only go up from here. Because we're kind of reaching the bottom and I don't know what else we have in the tank. We only have 1 million radicals though, so, you know, for the harsh taxation policies and everything else we're running, I'd say it's a pretty good job. Hi, Sweden. I would like to yank you closer to my sphere of influence. Agreement between Russia and Sweden entered into force. I love it. All depleted in Kursk. Very cool. So we'll just kind of assign that for later. And probably a railroad. We're finally moving to consideration. It's just going to take 2 more bloody years. We could actually stop suppressing the absolutist movement at this point. It's so weak, we could just use the authority to pass the law faster. It'll cut out a few days, which is something. Let's see here. Let's actually just kind of build a bunch of these trade centers around, just to get trade flowing through a little. So we definitely have the potential for trade, we just don't have the capacity for trade. Actually, it looks like the Egyptians might have built one. Or they bought it, could be either. I'm going to assume they built it, though. Because that's more fun. The hope there is that trade will just help stimulate the economy by just importing and exporting more goods. Because we do export a good deal of items and import various drinks, including liquor, apparently. Apparently we import liquor, even though I'm pretty sure I made that a very high subvent. Oh, no, we didn't. Huh. Cool. I'll just put a small tariff on it. May as well use it to pay for the government and all that. Secret societies? Who's worried about a few secret societies? What are they gonna do, assassinate the Tsar? Spoiler alert, they might. Already building that railway, okay. Yeah, there we go. It's using 8 of 8 capacity. It's importing luxury drinks. It's exporting groceries. It's fine. There's a revolution in Prussia. Don't worry about it. Actually, maybe do worry. We technically need to, probably help them there. I think I just clicked on the wrong one and took a -5 success chance. Oh, well. We were able to temporarily increase our legitimacy, so I'm just going to raise taxes real quick. That will allow us to keep building at our current pace. It's definitely a slower construction pace than I'm used to. Usually I'm used to having 300 or more construction by now, but we really kind of hit the wall repeatedly on those debate fails, which is not great. But it's something we just get through. Right, I am your ally. Technically, I should have tried to sway you before this. Actually, what could I mean, I'll help, but I don't know what I can get out of this. I can't get anything out of this. It's a civil war. We'll just send one army to deal with it, and then we'll ignore it. Because it looks like most of the armed forces joined Prussia's side. We'll just do it to keep a friend alive. There's minting. Which is going to help a bit. It'll drop interest by a couple thousand when we unpause. And then we could... Probably the next couple of techs needs to be economical techs to get our economy off the ground better. I would love to get pharmaceuticals to make the population grow faster. Honestly, it would be hilarious and fun, but we don't really have the money to afford fun right now. So, I'm sorry, but fun's canceled. At least for now. Fun's canceled for now. Oh, it's the Empire of I just realized it's the Empire of Japan. Cool. And Qing is still cautious, so they still don't want to do any deals. They would accept an embassy, though. Trade privileges. Could we get a treaty port? Beijing. It's a lovely place this time of year, I hear. Eastern Guangdong. I'm pretty upset about that. I know it's technically possible to get. It's just not easy to negotiate. But that'll make any trade we do with Qing easier. A lot of the places we built are doing a little bit of trading here and there. It's not a lot of trading, but it is, you know, it's a bit here, a bit there. I don't know what the strategy right now is, if you want to just concentrate a couple in very big areas, or if you want to be spreading them out. I really have no idea. It's probably a mixture is what you're looking for. Philosophy, standardized. We're gonna kind of just set all this up here. Kind of got a lot of things at once. There we go. The economy's fluctuating, but that's okay. Fluctuations are probably normal. Probably. I mean, I'm starting to see some positives. The investment pool is building at least a little bit. I'd say we're in a situation where we can actually afford a little more construction. As terrifying as that sounds, I think we can afford it. Yeah, there we go. Civil War's over, Prussia's back on the world stage. And we are apparently now producing prime meat from the Russian-American company. Which, great for them, I don't care. We've invented this new thing called prime meat, and I'm over here like, yeah, I don't care. You do what you please with that. Shoot, have we lost the legitimacy already? We have, okay. Bit unfortunate, but we're very close to passing agrarianism. And hopefully that passes really soon. I am out of ideas on how to keep the economy going. Unfortunately, we don't have access to a ton of oil that we could just export endlessly to make money off of right now. We do have grain. Cheap grain. Very cheap sugar, too. Also, savings are done. Very nice. Got 11 months from the mandate. And agrarianism is done. Okay. We are now through the worst part of the game for Russia. We are now through the worst part. We'll add the bourgeoisie to the government. We're going to try to get to appointed bureaucrats next, because that'll weaken the landowners and give us more taxation capacity. And give it a few ticks, you'll start to notice the investment pool working a lot more. And the bourgeoisie, since they like us, they're going to drop our interest rates in a tick or two. That will also be of help. Gotta get these set up here. Because now it's generating about 50 to... It's generating about 60 to 70,000 reinvestment, up from like 30 to 40. So that's going to make it easier for them to just mass privatize and just build up more. So hopefully this is just kind of the start of an upward spiral. And as you can see, we're now positive in our finances since the interest rates were cut. And we can tax better. We can actually raise our taxes too. Which we... You know what? I was going to let appointed bureaucrats finish at a normal speed. But I've changed my mind. We are going to take this as an opportunity to industrialize Russia and pay off some of the debt we owe. That way we can grow a lot faster. Oh good, we got the spare no expense event again. So we'll just use that. If all goes well, this will pass in easy time. Government is not doing too well in its acceptance, but that's okay. We don't have to worry about that. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Persia! You are now going to follow orthodoxy. I forgot we could do this. Spain? What are you up to, Spain? I don't trust you. I don't trust Spain as far as we can throw it. And that's not pretty far. We might dip back into debt a little, but we're now kind of in that situation where it stabilizes at a point instead of just falling underwater and drowning. So it's a good step in the right direction. Fabric is getting expensive. Good. And a lot of cotton plantations we can build. We could import it, but I can afford to build it, so we'll just build it. These are exporting wood as hoped? Yes. Probably should stop tariffing the drinks. They're actually very profitable. Actually, we can keep a tariff on tobacco. We don't need any of that rotten tobacco here, now do we? Maybe we do, maybe we don't. Who knows? Yeah, now we're starting to see a lot of money flow in. So we got options now. We can let the interest go down as our debt declines. We can expand our construction. We're probably going to do a bit of both. Try to keep it positive, keep taxes high. We probably should be doing more wars for more stuff. But I'm trying to make sure that we actually have the finances to do it. Because if we go to war now and suddenly go 100k in debt, they're not piecing out anytime soon. They will push us to bankruptcy if they can. Or so I like to believe. Yeah, there we go. That's much better. And I'm not surprised that paper keeps getting more expensive because we keep building more buildings that use paper. Honestly, I'd be more surprised if paper didn't become expensive at multiple at multiple points while we're here. Goodness. Yeah, we definitely want to get to per capita. That is a taxation I need to land on. Actually, thank you for reminding me. I was so lost in just trying to change off of traditionalism. I forgot we're still on land-based taxation. We really need to get to per capita. But since appointed bureaucrats is about to pass, we're going to let that finish first. If we could get to per capita, that would help a ton. Oh, we even got our principal a couple months ago, and I didn't notice again. So I'm thinking I would love the regular company for the 5% increase to birth rate for more pops. But I really want to be funny. We apparently don't have all the qualifications. Where is that company for vodka? Any combination that is not owned by a company privately owned. National. Oh, do I need to have I need to have some vineyards then? Because I have these. Maybe they have to be built in an area that has vineyards. Let's try that. I think we need to build it in an area that has vineyards. So we'll build it down here and we'll see in 24 weeks. I would like to do the birth rate personally. That way we're getting more pops and it would be hilarious to see how high we can get it. But I really want to see if we can get the obsession for liquor. I really want to see it. I think that would be as funny. We can even do patent stills now, so we can add glass to the entire equation, which if we do that and leaded glass combined with the lead mines, we might be able to make that work. Yeah, we'll see. I think the wait, where's the company? It's moved. It's gone. Where is it? Oh, I moved it, I bet. I bet that's what it was. Because it says any combination, and it says currently 0. So my assumption is that I need groceries and vineyards in the same state, or else it won't let us do it. Offer them secret police as a compromise, sure. You better not ask who I intend to use it on. So I will not be answering favorably. Are you in exile? Come back. How is Persia's economy doing? It's growing. You know, it's doing Persia things. When is it not the landowners that get in our way with something? It's always the landowners. They're always in the way of something. Although, yeah, we'll probably be using it on them next. Oh no, is this bugged? Because it's still saying currently 0. Why is it saying that? Do I need to own vineyards too, maybe? This is definitely not worth it, but... Shoot, I think Vodka Monopoly is bugged. It says we need 5 building levels of any combination of food industries and vineyards in a single state. And we've got 5 vineyards here, we've got 5 food industries here, but it is not letting us do anything with them, which is not a good sign. I think it might be bugged, which is really unfortunate. Yeah, if it is bugged, we'll have to do the other grocery company. I was looking forward to vodka, man. I was really looking forward to the vodka monopoly. Yeah, I think it's, oh, is that special oil? Baku oil. It is. Cool. Anyway, yeah, it looks like vodka monopoly is bugged right now. It isn't registering properly, which is very unfortunate. So, plan B. We'll just go ahead and establish this. Where did you HQ? Oh, at the newly built food industries that just came online. Fantastic. Yeah, the devs will probably fix it in short order. It probably won't be more than a few days or a week. We'll see. In that case, we can either make liquor from somewhere else. Like, we could just make it from the rye farms here. Or I think maybe we'll just keep producing at the food industries. We'll see what happens with it. You know what? I'm even going to be evil. I'm going to give them a monopoly on the food industry. Oh, the industrialists exist. Cool. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, we'll give them a monopoly. That way they can buy them up faster because it'll be cheaper. And we'll just kind of go from there. It's nice to have the industrialists around and appointed bureaucrats finished. As much as I want to get off peasant levies, if we don't change the tax code while we have the chance, we're never industrializing any faster. Oh, we should have baking powder soon. We're researching it. That'll go pretty well. Oh, I was like, wow, we're making so much money. Well, yeah, if you stop building things, you tend to start spending less. That's usually how finances work. You spend less, and then you get more. Why would we want more cringe bureaucrat pops? Right? Why would we want even more of those? Why would you really want more of those? Now, we could eventually lower taxes. I'm just going to keep expanding construction. Just to let the balls roll faster here. We can also go to war with Circassia now. Oh, and we can just do a straight-up annex war goal. But Britain is liable to join, it says. Aren't you busy with something, Britain? What are you busy with? Oh. See, that's what, 7.3, the state target's 1.8, but it probably costs more to do them both, so we'll just force it. And we are going to say no to the memorandum because it just escalates the situation to an unnecessary degree. Baking powder. Time to increase company profits. By increase, I mean crash it first and then let it grow. Well, I already bought 3 in the Yaroslav region. Given time, groceries will be very profitable again. It's just one of those things where it needs a bit to catch on. And there you go, it's already over 18 productivity now. Liquor's actually cheap, which is nice. Well, that really caught on. We can even end liquor production to make even more groceries, but we'll roll with the liquor and see what happens with it. No one came to help them. Works for me. And then Britain might join this one. We'll see if they do. But we're just going to try to end this as soon as possible. And I think the rest of the world's doing okay. Spain's up to weird shenanigans, but that's probably normal. We can probably ignore it. No one wants to join our power block, though. Don't have enough leverage. Have to go negotiate treaties and offer things like military assistance at the cost of my own sanity. Getting Brazil would be nice at least, so I'll always send it to them. Since they have all that rubber potential, I would very much like to get Brazil in our sphere of influence. We don't have the market itself, mind you, but it's still good to get them in. Company monopoly in Brazil. True, I haven't really dabbled in that. When I was trying it in the US run that I uploaded earlier, I had an issue where my investment pool stopped working until I ended a foreign investments agreement that I had in Britain. I'm sure that's something that'll be fixed relatively quickly, but it kind of spooked me into not doing the like monopolies and investment agreements. But out of curiosity, thank goodness we can just do it again right away. We could ask for our... Oh, no, that's Brazil. We could ask for the right to build in Brazil. And then... I don't see the companies anywhere here. Oh, right. One of the devs did mention that the company monopoly is a bit bugged. Like, you have to give them the right to build in your country before you can get your company's monopoly. It's a little buggy right now. It's very weird. When I think of the update, I love it. There are some bugs, like the one I just mentioned with the company monopoly, where we have to give them rights to build in our country before we can get company monopolies in theirs. That a dev did said that is an unintended bug. This is not meant to be happening. Aside from the bugs, I very much liked the update. It was definitely worth waiting for. I really like this chart screen of all the exports and imports, and you can even tell it to only look at luxury goods, and it only shows luxuries for all your trade. So it is a very nice little screen. I very much enjoy that. And I learned if you go to the world market, you can see the biggest importers and exporters. Spanish Libya is definitely new. It looks like they annexed Tripolitania after taking it from the Ottomans. Speaking of which, now that our finances are in order and our economy is growing enough to where our debt is no longer a crisis factor, we are going to go bully the Ottomans. Not this moment, but we are planning to bully the Ottomans. I do promise you, we will bully them soon. We just need to bully the peasants a little more first. Okay, Britain did not join to help Circassia in the end, which is good for us. Iron Company for next company? Maybe. That is a good question, though. We will have to, we'll have to see. Wow, there are some profitable companies here. I'm not surprised that the British one's the most profitable, but apparently Austria has two really profitable ones. Como Silk. Bentwood Furniture. Jeez, Austria's just rolling in it, aren't they? Our companies are here too, though, so they're not entirely behind. They're just not doing as well. By the way, I hope none of you were fond of groceries, because the price has gone up by 13% due to the monopoly. Yes! In fact, thank you for reminding me. I forgot to integrate the Siberian states. This is something I usually do sooner, but I also usually get off... We usually also get off traditionalism sooner, and that didn't happen. So we kind of just got stuck. So we'll just process all of that now. And in fact, our private investment pool appears to be blooming, especially because it's getting reinvested from industries like our textiles that we own as the government. Which is fantastic news. Because it means that they'll be able to build more, and then that means we can simply set up more construction to build more. It doesn't mean lower taxes, but it does mean we can employ more peasants at a faster rate. Oh, well, someone just died over taxes. And they've been replaced by a protectionist. This guy would have been great to get on the gentry assembly in the 1840s. But we'll make do with what we're given. We actually need to see if we can't pass some form of voting rights soon, because the gentry, the landowners are getting really weak, and soon it's going to be a bit difficult to maintain authority without dropping taxes a huge chunk. But we're on pace to get our special food, and then knowing the prestige, it's going to start spiking grocery prices even harder than it already has. We actually might have to downgrade to pot stills because liquor is really cheap in the market and groceries is not, but we'll We'll come to that issue when it's a problem. We'll ignore it for now. I would say protectionism and free trade are kind of equal. If you go for protectionism, it gives you a lot of tariff and subventions power. So it's really, really easy for you to stop imports and stop exports on certain goods at will. With free trade, you can't do any tariffs, so you can't stop your trade hubs from importing, but you can encourage them to import and export certain goods. And you do get a trade advantage bonus, which gives you more, let me go here really quick. It gives the trade centers a better price when getting items. The leverage resistance is nice if you are not a power block leader. If you're a power block leader, leverage resistance doesn't mean anything to you. Since you're already a leader, it doesn't do anything for you. But if you're not a leader, then it does matter. I need to find 2 subjects. You know what? Let's go bully the neighbors. Let's go bully a neighbor that Qing doesn't like. That'll do. We're just going to make them protectorate so we can unlock that 4th slot. I know we could upgrade Divine Economics. I'm kind of holding off on that because we just started getting the economy rolling. I don't want to sink it now. But yeah, if you want the leverage resistance and you're not a power block leader, then it is pretty good to get protectionism for just that on its own. It wouldn't be the sole reason I would get protectionism, but it is a positive if that's what you're looking for. Oh yeah, ruler of the East. Let me move an army over to East Siberia really quickly here. I forgot we triggered that journal entry. Actually, I didn't even know we had triggered that journal entry. I wasn't paying attention. Hey, a land reformer. Well, welcome to the party. It's a delightful ball to be here. Until the cannons start firing. With the update, how do you get the upgraded goods? So, if you are looking to get any of the prestige goods for companies, if it is a generic company like this one right here, once the prosperity hits 100, a journal entry activates where you need to maintain the top 3 producers of that good, and if you meet that, the company will start to produce the prestige good version. If it is a unique company like the Russian-American company, once they reach 100 prosperity, the prestige good will immediately activate. And then any buildings they own will produce those goods, and only those buildings that they own. In fact, we are currently producing the most groceries, so that's good to know. That means we will meet the requirements. Anyway, I moved the army over here because then we can just pressure Qing for 9 infamy to give us territory. And this tends to have lots of gold, as you might see here. So, that gold's going to be ours now. And you better believe we're going to take all the advantage we can to mine out this gold for extra minting. Let's see. Wait, I nationalized a trade center in Smolensk? Okay. I don't understand how that works. They are not, though it does look like they've suffered some volcanic eruptions. I think this is because they don't have the law to actually colonize. They do not. But we can pressure them to do frontier colonization. That would get them to start doing it. So we'll go ahead and let that happen. Alright, that's one of the neighbors down. We actually have claims on their territories here. So, technically, in theory, we could just take the territories, but I'm trying to make them as subjects. That way we can get what we're missing. Qing does not want a defense pact. I was hoping to use that to kind of circumvent their support for the little guys down here, because I don't want them supporting them. We could alternatively try to get Egypt or Brazil. They're both pretty close. In fact, if we wait just a little, we'll probably get one of them. Is Brazil ticking upwards right now? It is, so we'll just wait. Want to colonize Turkmenia? We probably should. We kind of need the law in question for that, though. It's definitely on the agenda. It's just a work in progress. And then do we make more meat? Do we make more fish? I assume we make more meat. We make more meat. In fact, we're not even using the slaughterhouses yet, so we'll just upgrade to those. And there we go. Now we will start producing more groceries with less grain. Apparently we need more glass, but we don't really make a lot of glass to begin with or use it. It's just kind of a new thing that we've been working on, you see. Eventually we'll have an improved tax system, and eventually we get to enjoy another 180k that would really help. Eventually. Yep, that's why we're growing the population too, because as you said, more population means more tax, and we're just letting that grow in the background. Methodology. Yeah, you know what? I would like pharmaceuticals. That'd be nice. When is that going to finish? Oh, it's over halfway done. Land reformer, don't care. Ooh, we don't need land reform. I also just realized we're going to fail that secret police mission now. Nothing I can do about it, though. Yeah, I'll get faster research. It's 12k. More charity. We could do charity hospitals, but if we hold our breath and wait for pharmaceuticals, then the clergy will be willing to support public health insurance, which gets a higher level and it reduces mortality more. It also gives standard of living increase for everyone, so it's just better than charity hospitals. Charity hospitals, honestly, they're in this really bad position. What makes them bad is that they can only get to level 3 with antibiotics, whereas private and public can get to level 5 with antibiotics. It would be good for the runs theme. I'm not discounting that, but I do kind of want to see how high we can get this number without restricting the rights of women, because technically that is something we could do, but we're gonna try to not do that. No, where's the prosperity? Oh, he's unpopular and it's making it less prosperous. Well, why'd you go and get unpopular? What'd you do that for? Darn executives and their inability to be popular. They're bringing the prosperity of this nation down with them. We'll just try to reduce grain prices then, because I noticed grain prices seem to be going a bit up for the food industries. As is sugar. They're kind of both up. Private healthcare can be fun too. I'm personally a fan of public healthcare, but private healthcare is good too. In fact, I just saw that notification. Russia, the company is now colonizing Alaska because we made them pass that law. So, hooray for the chat. It asked about something and we made it happen. In fact, let's see if they can't enlighten the natives now. Ooh, that's fun. Maybe we should look at more subjects to do that on. A stall chance, yeah, that's what I thought. They deferred enacting it. Fair enough. Can we remove CEOs with exile? No. It looks like we can't. They just appear and we have to deal with them until the day they die. So, like it or not, he's in charge of that company until the company is either disbanded or he decides to retire indefinitely for unknown reasons. I don't know if the secret police can do anything. We'll have to try that whenever we get around to getting them, which will be a while, but it's something that we can definitely try. And it's something we will try. So, you better sleep with one eye open. All the people in our country here best. But realistically, I assume it's just one of those things we have to deal with. He's just here. We have to deal with it. Also, there you are. It is now, in 36 months, going to start making the prestige version of the groceries. It is just going to take a few more years. I have a university in a lot of our more populated states here. A lot of them. Not some of them we just got, so we don't have that. And then some of them are kind of devoid of people, but let's kind of build a university highway, just kind of like that. That way, it at least gets solved. Yeah, more qualified pops is always good. We just have a lot of peasants right now that need to be employed. They're slowly getting employed. It's slow because it took us time to build up, but it's also... Oh, the Egyptians have been buying that, or building that. Neat. Anyway, it's just been a little slow on our end because we just didn't have the construction potential. I love how it's only doing imports. There's no exports, only imports. Who is exporting the most sugar on the market? I'm actually curious. Biggest sugar export, Dutch. The Dutch East Indies, I guess, followed by Spain. So... we'll just kind of go over here to the Dutch and just ask them for a proposal. And then we'll go over to the Spanish, actually, and ask them a very similar proposal. And we can invite Brazil. Awesome. They had to take 5 months off our principal. So now our last one, we kind of have to decide here. There's a lot of options to go for. Like, external trade I'm a fan of now because of the capacity that it gives. But market unification does give us the customs union. So I would put Brazil in our market, but since trade is now technically an indefinitely scaling ladder, you don't have to make them in your customs union. You could just trade for everything. Police coordination hasn't changed since the last update, but I always thought it was good because you could knock out more political movement activism and get authority. And if a lot of your subjects had the police laws enacted as well, they reduced the activism in their country, so it made them more stable and less unstable, which was very nice. Advanced research is still good, but they did nerf it. It's something we could think about, actually, for a bit. I think maybe, let's not do market unification, let's kind of focus on the trade and stuff. We could do external trade if we really want to keep trading. But it might be better to get something like police coordination so no one opposes us on anything. Transportation infrastructure? Yeah, I mean, we could do it. We could just say to heck with it and just do it. Just see how it is now with the changes. Yeah, why not? We'll just do that. It's always good to just change things up in a run now and then, so we'll just do it that way. We do have the access to explosives too, and we really should be using fertilizer, so... now that a lot of other things are situated, I'm gonna start dumping money into that, and then realizing later on that it was a terrible idea. But we'll realize it's a terrible idea later, not now. Now is the time for success. Whatever that looks like. Alright, so that's going to be a lot of those done. We could get more paper. There's the Era 3 Econ Techs. But I want to get another company. And I don't know what that company is going to be. We could do the generic iron mining companies like we mentioned, or something else. It's hard to say. Oh, hello. Refined steel. Huh. Neat. That could be fun. Yeah, we need to get dynamite too. That's another reason to be setting up the fertilizer. I could do the gold company, but I'm kind of looking at a lot of the prestige goods because I've been wanting to mess around with a lot of them and just try them out. Although a lot of these we can't build because they're not even in our country. So it's a little hard to tell what we can do. Oh, new Russian company. Ooh, Russian iron. That sounds like fun. That could be fun. Actually, maybe we do this one. Prestige gold doesn't exist. No, not from what I've seen on the generic gold company. I don't know if a unique gold company exists that would be different. Apparently there is now a company for sulfur in Sicily. Which, that sounds like fun. Well, what do you say we go for the new Russia company? It's coal, iron, steel. It's got a prestige good for iron. And then who knows what else it can do afterwards. I think that might be fun. We can just find it again to make sure we meet the requirements. We do. Yeah, it would attract them to the industrialists and give the industrialists more footing. They don't really have a lot going for them at the moment, but that's fine. Well, they'll either come around or they'll find their maker. We'll see what happens first. Let's see, we got about 7 more weeks for the next one already, which is very nice. It's not too bad. Why did our money just explode? Oh, is it because the private... Yes, it's because the private investment pool finally got off its rear end and is actually investing money. Ah, there we go. Actually, the gold mines are giving the second most. See? Investing into all that gold was worth it. I never doubted it for a minute. I definitely had my doubts for a minute. I don't think we're going to keep that huge amount of money for a while. Rival the French. Do the French dislike us? You know what? The French are antagonistic, and Prussia has just been the best pal ever. So, we'll do it. We'll do it. It would get... That is true. Getting the gold company would be... What is it? What are we at right now for companies? We have to scroll all the way up here. A 48% bonus. That is true. It's 48% more throughput, which could equate to a big output. Let me go to one of the big gold mines just to be fair. It would mean more gold than what we're getting right now, which would mean more minting. It's not a bad idea. I'm just wondering, is that what we want to do? It is very much something we could do. We just have to make sure that's what we want to do. Get some explosives queued up as well, just so we're not thinking about it later. Oh. I don't even know what journal entry just finished, because I wasn't paying any attention at all. I just hit the escape key. Actually, we need to look for the Suez survey. Oh, what happened? Oh! A market liberal gentry assembly has now taken over, which has made the government completely unstable. I do think the gold company would be good. I'm just kind of debating on what do we want the most. It's a hard decision because they're all good is the thing. Speaking of hard decisions, I'm gonna get the level 3 food standardization, so that's done. It even jumped up our standard of living by 0.2 because it helped prevent any negatives from something like pollution that's going on, from dropping people's standard of living a little bit, since that works in whole numbers. Which can be interesting and annoying. We've been working on... I feel like we've been working on this law for years now. It's taken us a very long time to get through it. And I like how far we've come despite that fact. Despite that we're having to deal with it for so long. Huh. Hang on. Hey, this is not our company. This is not our company. This is Egypt's company. This is a regional headquarters from Egypt that is using our investment pool to invest and expand in Russia. It's using our construction and is buying up textile mills. And is then giving those textile mills its bonuses. Which is pretty cool. Apparently, we're also importing unique fabrics. I think this has to be from Egypt too, right? That's got to be a part of their company. God, what is happening? I didn't expect this. And then I'm pretty sure how it works is the regional headquarters, they take that money, and then that money is sent back home. It's sent back to their home headquarters over here. We could do tariffs. I actually don't mind it, and they seem to be exporting their unique cotton to us. Which I didn't even know Egypt had that. Apparently Egypt has that. So that's good to know. In fact, why don't we renegotiate that treaty? I didn't even realize. Oh, I did. They did. They gave it. That's right. They gave this treaty to us. I forgot about that. I mean... We could yoink their profits, yeah. We could, work something out here, too. There's a lot of options we have here. I think let's guarantee their independence. Unless they want a defense agreement instead. Oh, wow. We actually have 229. That's huge. Could I then ask for the whole Sinai? Wait. Wait. I'll take it. I've got the Suez Canal for certain now. Oh yeah, I like that a lot. You know what? Egypt can keep doing whatever it wants. I'm even gonna fund lobbies there at this point. This is too good. They can invest in our country all they want. They can start buying up the textile mills and making the textile mills more efficient. It means they get to keep some of the money, but you have to keep in mind the people employed here are Russians. And we don't have this company at all. This is not taking up a company slot for us. So they're making these buildings more efficient. The only downside is that unless we do something like dividend taxes, I don't know what that nationalization event is. That's probably a bug. There are some government dividends because of our own ownership here. In fact, you know what? I am liking this idea so much. I am going to put all the textiles mills up for privatization. Yes, we already do have state religion. Russia does start on state religion. It is a starting law for Russia, which is why the Orthodoxy is usually pretty powerful at game start. And it's why I really wish we could get a Democrat or something in charge. But I don't think that's happening anytime soon. Oh, rule folk. Traditionalist. Traditionalist. Don't worry, I'm going shopping. It's okay. Also, we kind of need some generals. Some of them died of old age, so kind of a problem. Gentry, gentry, gentry. I mean, we don't have to go for democracy either. Oligarchy would work just as fine. I need something that's going to prevent us from having a collapse later. On our legitimacy. But yeah, this is fun. I'm having a lot of fun with this. And the update itself. Do we have... The fertilizer is starting to come online. It is going to be a bit longer before it's ready. I'm actually going to stop tariffing iron exports now. We don't really have to hold on to our iron. We can actually afford to let it be exported. Ah, there we go. Persia has finally decided to start enacting tenant farmers to end serfdom. Yeah, if we go democracy, we could go landed voting. We finally have the new tax law. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to end the tax on clothes because we're probably going to kill our lower strata here with these taxes. And then we're going to use what's left to wipe out the 53k interest for spending. We are going to expand ourselves to about 600 construction just so we're building more. But we're going to try to pay off that debt so we're no longer paying it in perpetuity. But you are going to see our standard of living kind of wobble a bit here. Laborers are going to drop, and that is going to hurt the economy a little because of their demand. The peasants will go up a bit, but their demands tend to be a bit weaker. That's why we kind of lowered one or two of our lower strata taxes there. In fact, let me add luxury furniture and transportation, and we'll go ahead and take off liquor. That doesn't guarantee the laborers don't fall down, but it is going to drop the tax a little to where they should only fall down one level, and that'll keep it stabilized. Actually, I know I didn't want to lower the taxes. I might change my mind. Because if I lower it to high here, that gives us 58. Can't pull anyone else in. But what we could do is get public health insurance. With a 36% success chance, because the orthodoxy is strong. And if we drop taxes, that should actually stabilize them, maybe? Or no, they're still going to fall. They're still going to fall, but it should stop them from falling more. Oh. What's going on here? Britain is moving on Beijing. We have not really upgraded our army. In fact, our army is kind of, whatever we started with. Oh, I know. We don't get the private healthcare, Vincent, but just think about it. We're at 2.3% pop growth right now. Imagine what it's going to look like when the public healthcare system comes online. But it looks like Qing is in need of help and is willing to consider a variety of requests. Oh, you know what I would love? I'd love to seize the Columbia district. I don't think I see it, though. Oh, there it is. There it is. But the British Navy, how strong is it? 194 ships? That is a problem. We really didn't invest into the Navy or anything because we were having a financial crisis that was self-induced. We can try to start building it up before we even join this war, but it's going to take a long while for them to be ready. So what we could do, actually, is we're just going to ask Qing for an obligation to join their side. And we're going to mobilize everything. Come what may of that kind of mobilization. Sorry about that. So we are going to leave a few to guard our own territory, of course, because otherwise we're just going to get overwhelmed and killed. Apparently some of our armies are lost over here. Well, they're not lost, they're just sitting on them. We'll send those armies over there. We do need to keep about 3 armies at home. Otherwise, they're going to do a variety of naval invasions that will murder us. Which is not good. And because we're now at war, our leader, Nikolai Romanov, is feeling a little sickly from the stress of it all. Oh, you know, I forgot. If we can rush and get modern nursing, it is possible to save an upcoming heir. But right now, that would take us 9 years to finish. Oh, if we had rushed it, we could have gotten it. But that's okay. That's okay. Oh. Maybe we send you down here, because I just noticed Persia is looking a mighty bit vulnerable right now. Just a mighty bit vulnerable. Then we're gonna have some troops over there to help guard. Are the Qing using line infantry yet? No, they're using irregulars still. I have an idea. I'd like to renegotiate our treaty. And where are small arms? Oh, I can only send it if they're already using it? Okay, I was going to try to throw small arms at Qing to make them arm up, but it looks like I can't do that. Which is a little unfortunate, but, you know, it is what it is. We'll just deal with that where we can. I'm trying to see if there's anything we can squeeze out of the Qing here. Now that we're in a big war with them and all that. Well, we're about to be in a war with them. North Jillian, that's this territory, which we tend to get later, so I don't want that. Obligation's worth 30? Okay. So I'd have to give them something big in order to make them really want this. Investment rights? We could. That's a good alternative. That's a good alternative. We can look at investment rights in the Qing. Are you thinking mutual investment rights, or we just kind of hold one over them, so to speak? Because we could get it. With the obligation, we could. Oh. I see how this is. I think this is a bug. I think the investment rights from Chinese internal politics, I think this is meant to be both ways, but it's only checking if you're giving the Qing the right to invest into you. So yeah, we're just gonna abuse that because it's funny. I think it's hilarious. You know what? I'm gonna take a bit of a risk. Can we make... We cannot. Okay. Does the world market sell a certain item of military importance? Not a lot of it. I was gonna see if we could just buy ammunition. There's not enough of it on the world market. There just isn't enough on the world market, so... we're just gonna pull up some conscripts on some of the units and just throw line infantry at the issue. Remember, if we can't throw money at the problem, we will throw bodies. That is definitely something we have enough of. We definitely have bodies that we can throw at the problem. Specifically line infantry, because they have more defense than the cannons. We're just kind of looking to hold the line. We're not going to do it on everyone, because that might be too expensive. Oops, I became economic puppet moment is hilarious. It is. So it looks like we're not a target in this war at all. So the good news is that we have nothing to lose. The bad news is that it means we can fall out of this if the war goes on for too long. But now it's time to get our third company. And honestly, I feel like new Russian company. It's got iron, it's got coal, it's got steel, industrialist approval, it's got Russia iron. We could do the gold company. It is a good argument for the gold company. I'm not disagreeing with you in the slightest. Because the amount of minting we get from it would be big. Because I see we have 91k from gross domestic product, and then the rest is modifiers plus gold. And looking at the list here, Amur is producing about 14k, roughly 14k, and minting is what it was saying. We're not even using explosives yet because we haven't finished making the factories. Have we finished making the factories? There's one, but it's not really working. So it kind of just comes down to the question of, do we want more minting? Which we would get that from the gold company, but I think you'd only get gold and that's it. Or do we want to buff multiple buildings at once? Possibly expanding it, because we have to keep in mind the companies could have an additional thing we can expand them to. The problem is that we won't really know until we actually try. And I'm kind of leaning towards the new Russia company. The loyalist boost is nice, but I usually don't have too much of an issue at this stage of the game with loyalists, and it's only from political movements specifically, so if we are not really enacting anything, it kind of gets frozen. Russia iron is stellinium, or like our version of it. I like that idea. Plus, something to think about is a lot of buildings like our food industries, tool workshops, and even our steel mills use iron. So if we're introducing iron, they're going to get a throughput bonus from the Russia iron. We have more company slots. I say let's try this. And we can leave the gold company kind of open there. I want to see what introducing prestige iron will do. If this company is successful. Oh! We can give it railways too, apparently. Interesting. I kind of want to. I'm gonna do it. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens from that. Oh, I forgot to do research. Let's help Percussion Cap finish, because I would very much like to upgrade the army as soon as possible. Since we now find ourselves in an all-encompassing conflict with a major rival. Because don't think for a minute Britain's not looking to murder us. Also, we need to rival France, I think. Or did we already do that? Oh, right, no, we already did that. This is like the whole thing with the Ottomans. I forgot about that. We have to bully the Ottomans later. My bad. Ottoman bullying will commence after we're done with Britain. When we're eventually done with Britain. We can also start building the canal now. I forgot to start having people come over here, but since we own the entire Sinai, it is actually doing a little bit better. Because it already has a number of people here. They're starving because they're unemployed, but they're also here, so there's that. British invasion against us. Okay, so I need to kind of look around really quickly and figure out where that is. And we can always raise taxes if we need to. The Suez Canal companies, actually, that's what we're going to do next. Honestly, maybe we should have waited for that company instead. Because now we're not going to be able to actually access it until we get investment banks, but that's not too far off. It is very good. The $50,000 you'll get from it was prosperous. I said dollars. Plus the free company slot, as you mentioned. Very good. It's very nice. Oh, that's not good. I see. So we actually need to order them to the naval invasions now. They can't just... Okay. Interesting. That's good to know that we need to kind of order them to defend from the naval invasions now. We can't just sit here assuming that they'll somehow protect us just fine. You know what? I'm going to rush modern nursing. I'll see if we can't get it. We just have to somehow get it in 7 years. I doubt we will, but we'll give it a shot. Maybe we'll get tech spread and get lucky. Nope, shell gun. Plus, at least getting triage would be good. It would minimize our losses in combat, which would make it easier for us to survive. And I need to switch these guys over to defense. So they don't kill us. As things currently stand, I don't think any of these war goals get enforced. Ah! We are now making the gourmet groceries. So, here comes the next tick. Watch this. It's plus 24% base price for groceries. Now it's at 27, and it's going to flip harder. 33. 37. As you can see, the demand for groceries is now growing as people switch over. So right now, we're looking at food security. 35% of it is groceries, and now that's only growing. In fact, this might grow so much that we start to see famine because of excessive demand. In fact, yes, we are starting to see reports of mild starvation in Russia, in the Russian Empire, due to dropping food security, because everyone is now trying to buy groceries. Which is why I'm now considering we might have to stop producing liquor. Actually, no. Let's keep making liquor. Let's be stuck in our ways. We'll just build up more. And we'll just give it higher prioritization. With all the new construction we built. But yeah, we might get reports of famine soon. It's definitely fine, I can maybe assure you. Our expenses are going to be pretty high because of the war, unfortunately, but that's just war. That's just how it is. Okay, good news. It's at 45% now. It hasn't gotten any better, I'm sorry. I was going to give you good news, I just have more bad news. Their food security's dropped to 55%, and it's slowly getting worse. Historical route. Yeah, I just saw a radical movement appear. We are going to bolster this really hard. And the reason why is because if we can get a radical movement to get really strong, we can get off autocracy with it. We're not aiming to go, you know, very strong democracy Russia. We're probably going to go more like an oligarchy Russia. Or landed voting, as you just mentioned. But we need to get off autocracy. It's not sustainable for what we're doing in the long run. I also just realized, completely forgot to use the Navy. We could be blockading Britain while their Navy's doing, well, our map's red for a good reason. Also, remember how I said there might be famine in Russia? Well, there might be a famine. It's 9 days in. It's only the cyanide, to be fair, and a lot of people need to be employed still. But yeah, technically there's an ongoing famine now, which isn't the best. Is this connected properly? Oh, no, right, it's being convoy rated to death, of course, I forgot. How could I forget the convoy rating? Goodness. So all of our ports are about to get a 20% throughput increase, which just means more merchant marines, which, after price switches, could actually be good, maybe. We'll see. It'll probably take time. But yeah, that's true. When landed voting, once there's no landowners, it'll be better. Although usually there's always landowners prior to 1.9. Now that's changed. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Railway monopoly. Transportation? Usually in my experience, transportation gets really cheap. It's cheap in a couple areas. Yeah, you know what? Railway monopoly. We're just, I don't know what kind of country we're making, and I hope it comes out okay. We have the first level of public healthcare now. We're gonna try to build up more bureaucracy for the other levels. It's just not ready. We're still on peasant levies, I forgot. We really need to get off that because the army is definitely not performing up to standard. Oh yeah, we could have done ideological union instead, but I wanted to try to mess around with the birth rate from the religious convocation because that seemed really funny to me. And now we have public schools as well. We could go the extra mile. We really could, but we really shouldn't. Because that's going to disrupt the economy. It would be funny, but we really shouldn't. I think what we might do is maybe go for racial segregation down from national supremacy. That way, you've got cultures like the Polish who are going to be better off. Then again, I kind of want the authority, and radicals are at an acceptable level, so we'll probably just ignore it. I think we're at a stage where we need to pull a third group in, like the armed forces. And the armed forces can come over and change the professional army from peasant levies. Yeah, we're gonna go for professional army. Technically, there's a quest to get the, God, I just watched our flotillas die at one point. Okay, yeah, they are trying to wipe out our flotillas now, which makes sense because we have actually partially blockaded the home counties, which is reducing its market access, which actually hurts for them quite a fair bit. Not by a huge amount, but yeah, the mass conscription quest, that's what I was thinking of. Ooh. I think our blockade is screwing up the British market. Well, it was until they started ending our blockade, or trying to. French arm. Let's see, the declared rivalry. Oh! The commander died while fighting in battle, I guess, because they're running away anyway. You're wounded, so you're gonna die anyway, so I guess we'll just take the naval commander. I know he's of the gentry, but someone's got to take command here. Someone's got to go blockade Britain's mainland. True. We probably just want professional army instead, so we don't need as many troops. And the good news is the new groceries we built has already dropped the price, so the mass levels of mild starvation are now at an acceptable 5%, which is partially brought on by unemployment. Groceries now make up 51% of our basic food needs, I'd like to note. So that's funny. The productivity of this has dropped a lot because it's now heavily owned by Russia. That's not a surprise. The company should buy them up over time and it'll recover, but it's going to be a bit before it fully recovers. Oh, that is right. I actually forgot. We do need to make sure that we're privatizing those buildings. That way the companies that we have established earlier, that way they can actually buy these. Otherwise they won't buy them and they're just going to sit in our pocket for forever. We also, and I'm realizing now where some of our costs are coming from, but we were distracted by the war, our subsidies are really high because we built all those fertilizer plants. And then we forgot to use the fertilizer. So we just have a lot of cheap fertilizer sitting around costing us money. So we're going to quickly switch those over so this stops costing us 55k a week. Oh, God. No wonders our expenses spiked when the war began. We totally forgot what we were investing in. And 32k from the explosives factory, yeah. Someone might have forgotten to flip things over. That's someone being me. So good news, the extremely red economy indicator we had is now less bad. And given a few months, we should see the economy grow further once it kind of readjusts to the new reality of prices. Oh, they didn't finish tenant farmers. Good on you, Persia. I hate you. Bad Persia. Ooh, wait. Gold? Gold? Golden Ching? There we go, job done. The mines will probably be made to use railways when transportation costs are no longer through the roof in most states, which right now they kind of are. So it would just cause a shortage. I know we just gave a monopoly to railroads, so those are probably going to make the price go up higher. But my concern is a shortage, because the shortage is going to cause a lot of issues. As long as there's no shortage, it's fine. Kharkov is their company. They actually do own a few railways. Cool. Oh, they bought the ones that are stupidly profitable because it's so stupidly expensive. Yeah, right? See, you guys, aren't you guys like the Duma? Aren't you supposed to help remind me as my cabinet things that we need to do? No, wait. Actually, this is technically an autocracy. So all the power rests with the leader right now, which means all the blame goes to the leader too until we find a scapegoat. Oh, we're at 2.47. Let's get the healthcare system built up, and then we'll look at law enforcement afterwards. The chat is the Duma, noted, right? You technically exist, but your statements are more like suggestions under the current system of power. They're more like suggestions that I maybe follow. Right? Good thing it can't be blamed on its actual authority. I need to get used to the new system they have here for the naval invasions, because we actually have to assign the troops. So the good news is that we are fighting this war to a stalemate, and it will probably end in a white peace. So Qing's not going to get anything out of it, but we stop Britain from just caving Qing's skull in at the capital. And we're also over 100 million GDP, which is a good step. We're second? Who's first? Oh, Qing. the people we're helping. Yeah, it turns out they're first on the economy right now. Probably because we're investing into them, I bet. Or maybe investing into them. I don't know. I'm just going to assume we are. Did we ever give a monopoly to the groceries? I assume we did. We did. Good. Excellent. May their monopoly spread far and wide. Until there is no one left who can go hungry. Sign a Russian friendship this run, pretty much. The war just ended, so our finances are going to come back. But as you can see, our investment pool's decided it's not going to build things for a while. It's just going to start buying things. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. They're going to spread gourmet groceries to Qing. Oh, no, they already have. Oh, no. This could be a problem. This could be a big problem for Qing. I'm gonna let time tick in the background here, but we're gonna go investigate some of their peasants who are at 5 standard of living and slowly shrinking down because they don't have opium. They might have some food insecurity problems too. I couldn't tell you why. Let's see. Yeah, right now the company headquarters are just kind of more so focusing on insufficient infrastructure. They're kind of focusing on privatization, it looks like. And apparently we haven't. Yeah, no, that was just it. Yeah, it was just it going through a loop. Like, not a loop, but just kind of pausing to think for a bit before going back. We might expand our trade network instead, because I've noticed we haven't really had a lot of trade centers be built. And I want to see what Russia looks like if we were to just kind of, expand the trade routes a little more. I know we've got a few over here in Poland that are doing exactly what we expected. They're exporting things like the hardwood and importing things like tools. Actually, importing tools is weird. We should be making our own tools. We don't need foreign tools. We do need foreign tools. Wow. Wow. Okay. Maybe that price got a little out of hand. Just a little out of hand. So maybe we build a few kind of everywhere. We could blame Britain, but if anyone does an investigation, they're probably gonna figure out it was us who caused this problem. Look, I'm sure it's fine in Qing right now. I'm sure their food security is stable. Look. All 99% aren't starving. It's okay. They're not that obsessed. It's only 7%, and I don't think it'll grow for a while. Because there's very little groceries compared to all the grain. So even though they want it more, unless we were to invest... Wait a minute. Hang on, wait. I'm sorry. I had to pause for a moment because I just realized Beijing doesn't start with food industries. The AI built this. Because remember, our company bought them, which means they were already there when we got them. I'd love to see Qing get off serfdom. I would be so happy. They're actually under the Canton system still, so they can only trade through Western Guangdong. I love it. It's partially Britain's fault. Yeah, it kind of is. But to be fair, we did notice this run that Qing didn't exactly try to oppose the opium. So it's kind of their fault too. Kind of. I mean, you know, to be fair, maybe they thought they didn't have a chance, so they didn't bother. We do have a lobby demand to go to war with the Ottomans here, so I think we're just gonna do that now. And no one of note would really join them. In fact, they might just give... I would laugh if they just gave us Wallachia? Pretty sure it's Wallachia. I might be mispronouncing a bit here. I'm just gonna see, actually. Will they give it up? Will they just give it to us? Yeah, I thought so. That was to be expected. The good news, though, is that this reminds me we kind of need to start making our own ammunition so we can upgrade the army to be skirmishers so Britain doesn't have the right to walk all over us later. Something I noticed, too, in our earlier war as well is that we now have two fronts over here with the Ottomans. So this is now no longer one just massive front. It is actually two fronts now. So in some areas, you have less fronts. In other areas, you actually have more now. And it kind of makes sense with the geography. Ammunition company. Wouldn't that be funny? We make an ammunition company and then we give it a monopoly on ammunition so it starts charging the army more for ammunition. That's literally the government shooting itself in the foot. No, actually, honestly, I think the food company is still great. You just have to keep in mind that if you get the gourmet food, the prestige goods version of food, it is going to significantly increase demand for groceries as the basic food. So it's okay to grab it. You just have to keep in mind what's going to happen when you get it. Oh my God, this has a productivity value of 44. It is oh my God, it's not even using canned goods. Oh, it's so beautiful. Actually, it's producing more than some of the ones over here because the company hasn't had the time to buy it. Financial District in Upper Egypt bought one, but I assume our company can just buy it out. So technically these would be more profitable if we prioritize groceries, but we're just letting them mass produce liquor as well because it's funny. I usually have my rye farms producing my liquor instead, but we made them do the apple orchards this time. So we're actually we're somewhat self-sufficient when it comes to sugar. Speaking of which, our imports for sugar actually went up after I built all those trade centers. Did we build them yet? Oh no, we're building them now. We don't even have them built yet. Cool. That's even better. So, I'm just gonna pull this army over here as well. Just so Persia doesn't get decked in and die. And we are gonna make a few more demands. Oh, it's so tempting if it wasn't 120 infamy. Oh, Serbia? Tunis. Ooh, you know, Tunis is lovely. It does have some nice stuff, but I kind of want to make sure we're connected to everything still. So let's actually grab Serbia. And then, what if we enforce a treaty article? These all cost infamy, but I'm just kind of thinking. Giga stonks for the capitalists, right? But just remember, if we make too many groceries, it will kill the price, and that could kill demand. Can I not ban... Have you banned slavery? No, you still have slavery. Oh, do I have to enforce an article for law commitment now? Really? Interesting. So we can't ban slavery outright? What are you trying to say, Paradox? You know what I think? We might just seize Dobrosia because we do actually own Russian Dobrosia here, so we would just seize the rest of the state. Same with cars. We could just seize one or the other. I think we'll seize Dobrosia here. But make Serbia our primary goal, so if they back down... Wow, that's a lot of money they're demanding from us if they win. That is crippling. That is horrifying. Guys, we can't lose this war. We won't lose this war, but we can't lose this war. I don't think the Navy could sustain the budget cuts. Oh yeah, the company headquarters in Kharkov is now privatizing in Beijing. They're just going nuts, just buying up things over there. And the Ottomans did indeed back down. Oh, weird. It didn't give us Serbia, even though I made it a I thought I made Serbia a primary. That might have bugged out. Maybe I forgot to hit the button, but you know what? It's fine. It meets our lobby demand because they backed down. Nope, it did. It didn't register. Oh no. They're gonna be mad at me later. It's like, you didn't go to war with the Ottomans. It's like, well, I tried and they backed down. And I tried to go bully them and they just told me no and left. I don't even know how they did it. And then we're actually going to build one construction sector out in all these areas just to give them a tiny bit of development, so there's at least a job out there. The Ottomans pulled a France, 666 construction. Yeah, I kind of noticed that 666 construction myself, and that's when I decided to build these construction sectors despite the fact we're in debt. Oh! Russian iron is now being produced. Let us see what the Russian company owns. They own 7 iron mines in Finland. Okay, alright. And now it's Russian iron. It says Russia iron. I'm going to call it Russian because I'm biased. And we're going to let it tick one more time so that starts being registered in buildings. And then we're going to head over to our steel mill, which is now using some of that Russian iron. Which has granted it a 2% throughput, which is, you know, it's there. It's not too much. Actually, iron got really expensive. We might need to build more iron, which I'm fine with. Oh. Someone forgot to switch it over. I wonder who that was. Yeah, iron frame construction is on. We've been using it. I just might have forgotten to switch the production method over at some point. Oops. Don't worry, it's okay. Nothing of strategic value was lost. But we may have lost some pride in our engineering. And we're not even at year 30 yet. We're at 110 million GDP. We're growing at a rate of 2.4. We're not even done upgrading the healthcare system either. I love it. Law debate failed. Where's my professional army when I need it? Okay, real talk. How are you still alive? You're sick and you're 68. I'm surprised. I mean, good on him for lasting so long, but how did you last so long? Siberia. Right? The peasant levies have just been so successful that the army doesn't want to reform. They're like, no, it's working, it's fine. We're over here like, what are you talking about? You're literally conscripting peasants. This does also mean that the iron mine we own in Beijing is producing Russian iron, so technically Qing has access to a very small deposit of Russian iron now. Which, you know, great for them. It won't do much for them, but, you know, great for them. What I do see is that we have a ever-increasing productivity level on our lovely food industries as they are once again bought up by the company because they're no longer being owned by the government. So that's very nice to see. It's at level 61. It's at paying 138 in annual wages already. It's 1864. Why are you treating your clerks like they're the best people you've ever met? I don't think we've even researched labor rights yet. Or labor movement. No, we haven't. Why are you treating them so well? I don't get it. I mean, great for them, but why? I guess we'll never know. Alright, actually, you know what? I have been meaning to do a treaty with the US. I totally blanked out about it. I just want to get trade privileges with them because they tend to, Treaty of Vladimir. They tend to make a lot of fabric, and it usually tends to be fairly cheap. So they're probably exporting it to the world market, and we're importing it. Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. So that's going to make it easier for us to import. In fact, that's our new top import, is fabric. And apparently our top export is grain and fruit. I'm not even going to ask. I'm just going to be grateful that it's working. We're just going to nod our head, say it's the best thing ever, and move on. Those clerks have never been supported any labor movements in their lifetimes, right? Yeah, long live the capitalists. Really, just long live their next paycheck. Because apparently it's good. It's more money than they've ever seen in my life, I bet. Or so I'm going to just assume without seeing. Oh, they're finally considering the upgrading the army. That's nice. Wow. The food industry is currently... The food company is making 73k in profit after expenses. That's pretty good. The Russian-American company is making 51k? How many logging camps have you bought? At this rate, I won't be able to remove you. Huh. Cool. Win Russian Africa. Good question. Apparently France and Britain are currently competing for it. Technically, we have Egypt. It's not quite in our sphere entirely. But I would like to renegotiate our treaty here and keep them on our side. We could offer military assistance and a defense pact. That would pretty much rope them in. Yep, that pretty much makes it a done deal. And then... Oh, so because Brazil joined us, they're actually no longer able to fulfill the power block embassy. So I actually need to remove that to reactivate the articles in this treaty. Huh. That's a bit unfortunate, but good to know. How do you know how much you can go into debt? 65k, not worried at all. So the reason why I know that I'm okay on this debt is because my economy is growing faster than my credit is. And also at times we end up kind of selling buildings back to our investment pool, which is buying it up. Plus I know the investment pool isn't using all of the construction right now. It should be using 50%, it's only 16. So while I'm at minus 93 now, it's going to kind of flip back to like minus 30 or minus 20. And sometimes they buy stuff from us. So for me, it's a feeling I've gotten in the game after playing over 3,000 hours in it. But it kind of just comes down to, I guess, math and knowing your situation. You know that they're going to start using more construction. You know they're going to buy and privatize some things, like how this company right now is going to privatize a railway in Yaroslav. And we own almost all the levels there, so they're probably going to pay us for it. Grocery monopoly, grocery company, more monopolies in other countries. I don't know if that works. The monopoly in other countries. I have not tried it yet. But as I mentioned before, unless we're doing mutual investment rights, I actually cannot do the company monopoly, because this is if I was giving them a monopoly right. And as we can see here, I need to give them investment rights right now because it's bugged. One of the developers mentioned this, that it is bugged to where it's doing the opposite, where getting investment rights in Qing means I can give them company monopolies. It's supposed to be the other way around. Oh, right. I was going to say, who did I do that with? Brazil, of course. We renegotiated that so they could actually invest again. So, that's a nice little improvement there. On the economy of scale, since we just got level 3 transportation infrastructure. Although things are pretty spread out right now, so they're not exactly together. But I do like where our direction is heading. We see now how they're using 21% of the construction, and I'm at 4K instead of like 90K was the negative I had before. It is also partially because our subsidies are kind of going a little wild, which is not the best. In fact, I need to turn some of those off because that was back when we were really unstable. And now that we're kind of stable, I can actually turn those off. And stop paying for them, which will help a little. It won't help a lot. Actually, the fertilizer plant is suffering. It's actually really suffering. Wow. We need improved fertilizers, I guess. Investment rights in Prussia. That's a good point. They do have a lot of economical potential, don't they? Oh, yeah. They've been paying us 2K a week. We could probably stop that now in exchange for investment rights instead. Yeah, that's pretty easy. And then we just keep the defense pact with them. Yep. I have so many treaties now, I don't even want to look at this. Oh! Uh-oh. I still have 23 months before we have modern nursing, so I hope we last long enough. But, the Tsar is dead. Long live the Tsar. Alexander Romanov, who is expensive tastes. Well, we'll just deal with it. Radical movement isn't radicalizing. Why is my radical movement not radicalizing? What's going on here? Where did you come from? Why is there a modernization movement? What happened while I was looking away from the politics? Apparently a lot happened while I was looking away from the politics. So I think we're just going to reinforce the police next instead then. Just to be safe. Oh, such a beautiful company. Wait, they own 7 food industries in Chongqing? Oh, this poor Qing market is literally not demanding more groceries from the pups because it's double the production, so it can't. It's not that they don't want the groceries, it's that they literally can't demand it right now. So the only reason their food security hasn't collapsed into oblivion is because they can't throw themselves into oblivion. Which is kind of funny when you think about it. Yeah, we're not going to do laissez-faire. I prefer being on interventionism or agrarianism. It's definitely more fun, in my opinion. We're importing a lot of coffee. I like that. Fabric, too. We are not constructing. I forgot to build. You know what? I want to see this grow a little. So we're going to build that up 10 levels. And then we'll actually build up the wheat farm a bit here, too, so it has some local sugar production. And that is going to necessitate more railways. Yay! Oh, the intelligence, you get a small boost. That's fine. 18 months. Oh, I'm going to be nervous about every event that pops up right now. Ugh. So the reason why I'm trying to get modern nursing in a certain time frame is because if we can get it in time, Nikolai Romanov here can be saved and he will not die. But you have to research modern nursing before the event fires, or research it while holding the event up still if your timing window is that short. Which means we have a short window of time to save his life, and it could fire at any week right now. So I'm a little scared that we're not gonna make it. And there's nothing we can do except hope to God our technology goes fast enough. And if it doesn't, well, I have triage for all the soldiers now. As well as railway stuff, because I forgot to do that. So they'll at least die less often in battle. Yes, he is an intelligentsia czar. Under most games, he will usually die from his hemophilia. I believe it's hemophilia is what he's suffering from. I might be wrong. Basically, he just ends up dying from illness. I think it's a different Nikolai I might be thinking of. Anyway, he usually dies, and he's replaced by a landowner that historically comes to power in Russia in the late 1800s. But if you can research modern nursing, it is possible to save his life. And by doing so, hang on. Britain, no. Thank God we built up the Navy this time. Why do you have 108 ships? I need you to transfer 9 of those ships. Yeah, we're not letting Britain do that. We're definitely... Wow, Britain is literally trying to take all of Egypt. Lower, middle, and upper, which is like the main points of Egypt here. You can bet we're jumping in. I mean, they even... regime change. No, not regime change. That's too simple. I could ask for an obligation, but we might actually go for a war goal here. Because I would... Oh, the Hudson Bay Company is the one that's kind of unifying Canada now, I see. I see. What were to happen if we seize the Hudson Bay Company? That's a company. You know, I'm kind of morbidly curious, despite the infamy cost and the high risk. I want to find out if this causes us to steal the company from Britain. If so, that is amazing. If not, oh well. But this is going to be hilariously expensive. So expensive, in fact, that I'm going to raise taxes, because the war effort is going to need it. And of course, we're going to need to move one navy all the way over there, and the other one all the way over here. And then, of course, we're going to divert some of the army south. Some of the army stays here. We just have to make sure Egypt doesn't get their skulls caved in here. Oh, I should have gotten military access from the Ottomans earlier. It would have been so good for this. Oh, well. Anyway. Oh, yes, we do have that land border with them. We do have the munitions plant now, so now is... Don't demobilize, no. We need to upgrade all of our units. Upgrade everyone to skirmishers, because we still haven't done that yet. But we have the munition plant. It is ready. We can do the upgrade. I'm actually going to assign 5 more, because I think we have too many troops that are going to be demanding bullets pretty soon here. To use against the enemy, of course, not against us. They would never use it against the Tsar. Right? God, I hope so. I hope I'm not facing down the barrel of a gun in 5 years. In the game, that would be really bad. But yeah, we're gonna try to blockade Britain's main area, and probably have a separate division land in the Hudson Bay Company to kind of force them out. And I am going to look into mobilizing some of our conscripts just to make sure that we don't lose this war. Because I really don't want Egypt to go down the drain here. That would be really bad. Good news, we are the target of a secondary war goal as well, which means... Actually, no, you know what? Let's focus on just taking the British Isles themselves. We could do that. Oh, guess who's willing to join us now? It probably does count as a company slot. We're gonna find out. We will find out the hard way. So Egypt's going to join our power block. Yay! And we're going to get level 2 divine economics because I don't have anything else to spend these mandates on. And so I'm just going to show you really quickly that right now our clergymen are 1.65% of the population. I want you to make a mental note of that. Just keep that in mind. Because a lot of people just lost their job and got changed over, including, as of 1.8. Oh, no, wait, where's the company one? Oh, I have to switch it in the company. Oh, more clergy, more clerks, less shopkeepers. So the bourgeoisie suffer? That sounds like a great idea to me. Let's head over to the building registry really quick then, because I think I can pull up just the companies from here. And I should be able to just switch them all over. Yep, there we go. Now they're all going to hire clergymen. Extremely filthy, wealthy clergymen. So we're going to let that tick in the background for a couple of weeks. That way it can hire the clergymen. And then I will delve into further of what I'm talking about. And then you will get to see the potential horrors we have unleashed. We'll try to see if 2 naval invasions works here. I only need one of them to pull it off in the end. I did hear from someone that naval invasions are somewhat bugged and sometimes they don't do their attacks. I learned that in my USA recording as well. So we will see if it cooperates here or if it just throws us out a window. Right? Yeah, the Orthodox Church is about to become really powerful if all goes well. Ooh. Invasion is stalled. I assume it's stalled because we have 2 wars going on right now, or 2 fights going on right now. Oh, I just realized we need more cannons. No! 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 We were several months away. We were several months away. Because this lasts another 90 days. We have 7 months, so he's just done. He is gone. That is a shame. We will leave that tech for later then, because I was only rushing it to try and save his life. Which, honestly, in hindsight, probably wasn't worth it too much, because now we're behind on other techs, but it's whatever. I think having the Intelligentsia Tsar would have just been fantastic for this, honestly. Because now he is replaced by Alexander Romanov, who is a gentry traditionalist. So, we'll see how it goes. Oh, and so good to have an Intelligentsia Tsar. It would have been really powerful for us, in my opinion. Oh, right, they're waiting for the fleet to be defeated. That makes sense. We're winning some battles, losing some battles. We'll see how it goes. Oh, no! And they themselves are now naval invading Russia with multiple groups. That's what I thought might happen. You know, I'm noticing they're not even going after Egypt at all at this point. They're just heading straight for us. I wasn't sure if they would do that, but they did do that. So, we'll raise more conscripts, and we'll just do it how the Russians do it. Should be fun. Yeah, that's true. We could still go for theocracy in the end. That would technically not remove the Tsar. It would just be different. But the Orthodox Church does actually prefer monarchy over theocracy, unless they're led by a theocrat, or someone who hates monarchy more than theocracy. But due to moralists, they prefer monarchy over theocracy. So, unfortunately, they're going to support it unless we find a way to stab that support in the back. Which is, you know, it's fine. It's not the end of the world or anything like that. It's just another thing to deal with when the time comes. Ooh, this is doing nicely. Let's build up 20 more levels then, why don't we? So we're kind of winning over here. We're kind of losing. We did just finish constructing the Suez Canal, though, so that's great. That's up and running now. In fact... more people. We could probably stop doing the Greener Grasses campaign at this point. It's got what it needs. You know, it's running fine. Just needs a railroad and that's it. We can ignore it. Anyway, I mentioned it earlier about the clergymen. We now have 2.29% clergymen, up from 1.65. And the clergymen now have the most political strength out of all the pop groups in the country. We do have a military-industrial complex to some extent. The munition plants are kind of working in overdrive at the cost of expensive lead, which we are going to resolve very shortly, so that we don't have to worry about it anymore. The reason why our construction is so costly for us is because our private investment pool has decided it's going to go on a buying spree, rather than, you know, anything else. Are we winning here at least? We're slowly winning in the British capital. Ah, but we're also losing because they don't have organization. They don't have organization because they don't have good morale, I guess. Supply shortage. Ah, because they're convoy raiding us from our capital. I see. So we'll just switch one of them over to convoys to see if they can support it better. But we are harming the British market too, so this is kind of going both ways. But it is kind of hampering our ability to naval invade. Also means we're hampering their ability to naval invade, I guess. Okay, so the naval invasion there failed, so let's at least protect these convoys to try and help the main invasion succeed, because apparently it's suffering from a lack of supply, and that's really problematic. Oh yeah, like it has no supply now, so it just has no strength. Yikes. That's extremely bad. Polish mass immigration? What? It's only a little discrimination. Come on now, guys. That sounds awful. Yeah, Britain's kind of winning the naval war, it looks like, in some areas at least. Not too many, but they're winning it in enough areas that they have kind of beaten back our naval invasion just by sheer naval power. Which is a bit unfortunate, but if there's any... I just realized I can't check their debt now. Dang, that sucks. Actually, I can from here. They don't really have a big loan difference. Okay. I'm thinking maybe we just try to blockade them into submission then. And probably naval invade some other area that's easier to acquire. Like the Hudson Bay Company itself. But right now, we're kind of just sitting in a stalemate, which sometimes that's just how these wars end up going, is you just end up in a stalemate, no one wins, no one loses. You're just stuck. Also, we don't have professional army yet, so we're suffering that extra 10% morale loss that peasant levies get, instead of the minus 10% that professional army has, which definitely makes it harder. Yeah, liberate Wales? Oh god, we're never getting this done then. Don't you know the Welsh? They'll fight to the end. Oh, I see, you're not leading properly. I'll see if we can't naval invade Ireland and get around them here. They'll probably send their navy after us, though. Oh, yeah, they did. Here's hoping we win against it, then. Sugar prices are unsurprisingly going up because we can't import sugar. Something about all of our ships getting sunk to the bottom of the ocean makes it really hard to import sugar, I hear. But that's okay. I totally forgot to upgrade our trade centers. Because at some point, we got the ability to do bulk trading so we can import more. Not that imports are going well right now, because again, Britain is kind of murdering everything that moves in the ocean. Okay, there we go. There we are. We at least have a foothold in Ireland. That is a start. We need to make sure we still have convoys, but it's a start all the same. I am not going to do Divine Economics 3 yet because of the wages for state pops might mess things up. I want to get through the war first before we do that. And we're going to try to just beat up their navy here. That way they stop raiding us. I don't know what's going on with the naval invasions. They did mention before that they're bugged, so maybe that's what's happening here. It might be why they're not just full diving us with a bunch of armies. I mean, they're trying to, they're just not doing anything. But that's definitely one of the things that's getting fixed in the patches as soon as they can. Also, for anyone curious, our pop growth is over 2.7%. We're growing at almost 3 million pops per year already. We're not even in 1870 yet. Okay, this is interesting because whenever you push up to this point in Britain, usually you have three different fronts form. We only have one front this time. I very much like that. I very much like that a lot. Makes it easier to bully Britain, in my opinion. They are kind of stuck on their boats trying to convoy murder us or whatever. Ah, professional army. They finally saw the light of day. Only took them way too long. Okay, good. The radical movement is agitating. They don't want oligarchy. We could do a technocracy. Maybe, except the absolutist movement would probably kill us. I mean, there's always landed voting as suggested. But a technocratic Russia led by state religion, that's just silly. That's treason. Yeah, we'll just do landed voting. We just have to get off of autocracy by any means. And that's just one of those means. So it looks like we are going to beat Britain down in the end here. And remember, devastation takes 3 times longer to cool down now. Instead of the daily change of minus 0.1 for devastation when it's receding, it is now 0.03. So it is going to take Britain a fair bit, especially in the Irish area, to recover. It'll just take them a bit longer. That's fun. Look at that, they're immediately targeting the home counties now that they've reached it. They're ignoring the other states. I love that change. Alright, Britain, time to cough it up. London has fallen to the Russian invader. The Russian bear, so to speak. I'll just take the penalty. Yeah, oligarchy would be nice, but if we can't do that, landed voting's a good second best. Democracy without the people. Oh, I see, because they're arguing that landed reform is not a sufficient compromise. Nah, we're just gonna focus on it. What's happening in Japan? Oh yeah, we have Canada now. Ah, okay, so it doesn't give you the company. Britain still has the company, you don't yoink it out from underneath them, but they no longer have their state to back them, so to speak. That's fine, we have Canada, it's ours now. Right? No? Huh. Weird. I think something bugged out because Canada, instead of becoming our subject, became independent? No, Canada ended up going independent. I think it's because we had maximum company slots, and it's probably a bit of a bug with company countries. And so instead of becoming our subject, they just went independent. I feel like that's unintended, but you know what? It's okay. Britain just lost all of this. Britain doesn't have all of Canada, and this part of Upper Canada is completely cut off. So, still a win. It's not what we wanted, but it's still a win for us. And that's good enough for me. Plus, Wales exists now as an independent country, and Egypt is in our power block, so we kind of came out pretty well, all things considered. We'd actually drop taxes and we'd still make a fair bit of money off of it. Which is very good to see. Yep, Britain got crippled at least, which is definitely better than losing the war or stalemating the war. So all around, I can't argue. I'm surprised we haven't had a war Prussia and Austria have not gone to war over German unification, actually. I'm very surprised by this. They don't have a treaty with each other, they just really like each other. They're just, like, refusing to go to war, I guess. It's weird, but I'll take it, I guess. We don't have to deal with it. Oh, come on, Japan. You'd love being a protectorate. Oh! Oh, they'll give us Sakhalin, which we have a claim on. It seems like Prussia and Austria are both genial to each other. So they're unlikely to fight with each other, but they also like me too. Oh, you know what? I have a defensive pact with both of them. I still have the defense pact with both of them. So they're just unwilling to go to war with each other, probably because whoever does the war just loses. So let's take advantage of that. Let's take advantage of that with Austria here. We'll even give them military access and give them military assistance in exchange for unilateral investment rights. So now we get to invest into Russia or Austria as well. And we're just going to help Japan in exchange for a state. A state that we actually have claims on. That Japan tends to colonize first, so it's going to become our state. How exciting. We get free land, guys. What do you mean Qing's not unstable enough for me to bully them for territory? You mean I have to go in and break Qing's back? Oh, actually, speaking of which, Qing is getting involved in a war with Britain, and we can't even join it because we don't have an interest there. So this is about to go either really well for Qing or really poorly. They have 10k in power projection, so they're using line infantry. And we did just cripple Britain. They no longer have Canada, and they lost Wales, so their economy is a bit weaker. They did. I think Prussia and Austria had the alliance between each other, but I don't see a treaty between them anymore. It no longer exists. They ended up canceling it, I think. But that's okay. Man, why are these powers so antagonistic? I just want to negotiate favorable treaties that benefit only me. I don't need relations with Canada, then, if they're not my subject. Power block embassy, investment rights. Yeah. Thank you, Belgium. I'm going to enjoy investing into your country and unilaterally taking all the benefits. Is what I want to say, but they'll benefit pretty well from it too, honestly. Our food industries are a bit down on their productivity because I built a lot of them because liquor got really cheap. But honestly, I think it's fantastic. I think it's the greatest thing ever. I hope you guys like cows too, because this area is about to be a big farm. Bankrolls don't exist. Bankrolls don't exist anymore, but we can make a treaty where we give money and whatnot. Oh yes, you're right. We should try to help Qing out. We could just renegotiate our current treaty. I think we can't give them military assistance. Why? Oh, because their power projection is technically greater than ours because they mobilized conscripts. I see. Technically, Qing's army is stronger than ours because of the sheer number. So we actually need to expand our army, because it's actually Qing who would be giving us military assistance. How funny. You know what? It looks like we're missing a lot of cannon. So we're just going to go ahead and roll the armed forces a bit. Because again, what could go wrong? It's not like they're going to point their guns at us later. I think the Polish deserve some cannons too. You know, they deserve the right to feel like they're protecting the motherland. Our next company isn't for a little while longer, so we're gonna have to see when we get it, but we could look in the ammunition company then. Gosh, yeah. The profits of the grocery company are way down since we killed the price of groceries. Wow, no, that's why it's way down. They're paying 213 in wages now because of the clergymen. The clergymen are getting more money than the capitalists. Oh no. Those are some wealthy priests, let me tell you. I don't know what God's plan is, but clearly they're in on something. Oh, we're not using market squares? I thought we were using market squares this whole time. Wow, okay. Correct these really quick. And then we'll go correct that. That could lower service costs by a fair margin. Yep, that did. That's gonna help a lot. Oh, they're already growing in wealth. They already know what's up. That'll probably just help them hold their wealth. Oh, isn't that exciting? Yeah, we could look at exporting groceries, but I think it's more of just liquor got really cheap. We could just stop making liquor and that would skyrocket the price. We could also try to export liquor, which gives me an idea. That depends on global demand for liquor, though, so that's the other issue. It could just be we need to increase our domestic demand by increasing just domestic demand in general in every avenue that we can. And a lot of that is kind of getting peasants to no longer be peasants. So they start demanding more goods at once, regardless of their standard of living level. But it's okay, it's still doing really well, and that's the most important thing about this. Once labor movement's done, we're gonna rush straight to investment banks, I think. No, when it's done, I need steel frames so we can actually build faster, because we've delayed on that too long. Then investment banks for the extra company. We're just doing labor movement so we can restrict child labor laws. Besides, we're building up pretty nicely now, I'd say. Sure, prices keep going up, but what price doesn't go up? Well, apparently not liquor, that's on its way down. Yeah, I assume this might crash the price of meat, but that's okay. They'll figure it out. They'll probably figure it out. What? There's no starvation in Russia. Oh, it's that new state we got right. It's probably not connected to the market yet, is it? Yeah, no, it's not. It has no land connection to us. There we go. That should solve the problem. We could have the mines start using railways. I'm just not sure if we need to do that because we still have a lot of peasants to pull up, and I like to get rid of those peasants personally. Also, we have areas that it actually would be bad because transportation costs are through the roof. We need a lot of the production techs over here done too, like pump jacks to get oil going. Yeah, I'll take construction sectors. We need to, oh, one of the executives just died. I just read that as I clicked off it. Well, that's not good that one of them died. We're gonna have to correct that as soon as we finish our university campaign to get more innovation, just so tech spread will move faster. I don't know which one of them died, but... Ah! I guess it was the one leading this company, because now it's led by a theocrat. Yeah, we definitely need to see about dynamite. I'm trying to get those, well, we might do this. Get steel frames and then go dynamite. Just kind of split it between the two trees there. That might be better. Ah! A radical! He has Poland's problem now. That way he'll stick around and we can use him for later. There's no starvation going on. Reports of famine are false. There is no famine. Just remember, there is no famine. Oh my god, what happened over here? Oh, right, you were occupied during the war. Right. Kind of forgot about that. Yeah, I forgot they kind of got occupied early on in the war. You know what? Let's see what a 25% wage increase for state religion pops does, because it's not like it's not going to break the economy any further, right? I mean, what's the worst that could happen to the wage increase? Yeah, the wages just jumped by 3K there, in case you didn't catch it. And they were actually not being paid too well here, it seems like. Probably because of the productivity drop they suffered earlier. Labor movement now exists, and the trade union is now influential. Wow. Hi. 1870, that's pretty good, actually. We haven't even passed landed voting yet. Okay, I mean, I'm here for it. What is this war? Okay. Interesting war. Oh, now the US is a... Why does everyone want to bully my Egypt? What is wrong with you people? I don't understand why they keep trying to bully Egypt. Also, have you had your Civil War yet? No, America was able to successfully ban slavery without the Civil War. Ah, cool. So it's good for them. They're missing some of their country, but good for them. So the US, I feel like trying to naval invade them is not going to work. Because they're just going to pull up a lot of conscripts. Florida, we could try anyway. If we could actually take Florida, not only can we use it for dye plantations, if we take Florida, that's kind of a beach point to invade the rest of the US in the future. We could take the capital if we're really feeling for it, or there is a cotton company in Arkansas. Not that I would take it, that really doesn't fit Russia very well here. Enforced money transfer. Can I get the... Do I get to pick how much? Can I be unreasonable? No? Okay. I guess. 5 years of free investment rights. Oh, well, oops. I guess that's what we're doing. I guess that's what we're enforcing if we win. Me over here clicking buttons without reading. You know what's funny is Egypt offered us that, and I was like, no, I'll check my options, and we just basically took the option they offered us. It's like, well, I guess it was a pretty good option then. It's possible, yeah, that we just start investing into them and dumping groceries. I don't know if that's how it'll end up, but it's very much possible. It's a good possibility, we could say it like that. We're definitely churning through our peasantry a little bit. By the way. I'm gonna set up a naval invasion for Florida anyway, just because I can. And the US is either gonna have to respond to this or just suffer. Also, we are enacting a strong... Well, we're gonna try to enact an embargo. I forgot to set up the blockade. Hey! You know what? This blockade of the South? I think I've seen this somewhere before. Oh my goodness. So they have minus 75% efficiency for shipping lanes. Their shipyards can't do anything. Yikes, that's scary. And then it's also crippling their world market access. So any trade that the state of Louisiana is doing is just suffering now. Yeah, so all that fabric export they were doing is... What is happening? What is going on? Actually, oligarchy, state religion, appointed bureaucrats. You know what? That would actually be pretty good in Egypt. So you know what? I got no qualms with that one. You do you, Spain. Go nuts. Yeah, we do need to build up our third navy. We have a third navy that's not really built up. And I think it is time to start building that one up. Just a little. That way it can also help with the blockades over here. We'll even pull it over now. Ahead of time. We just need more sailors, which is going to take time on its own. Our construction's over 1,000 though in 1870, so we're doing pretty good on that. We're doing pretty good. Don't know how the American economy is faring. But it's dropped by 2 million, so I guess it's not doing great. Are we blockading New York, or is it the third sea zone? Yes! We are actually blockading New York right now. Yeah, them getting landed voting would be good in Egypt. But we're blockading New York right now. It has 23% world market access. It's the market capital. Their trade center is broke. And they're getting a massive relative advantage negative. So, they are struggling to import. It only took 2 sea zones, yeah. So, I think... Where are the other ones? Oh, wow. Yeah, so New Hampshire and Maine were not blockading from the Gulf of Maine, which is over here. Blocking up the eastern seaboard. Or, sorry, the Atlantic seaboard. And then the Gulf of Mexico just cut all of this off all the way up to Massachusetts. So they are now effectively struggling to import. I wonder... Oh, yeah. So since their market hub is being fully blockaded, all of their trade in the US is being blocked. Unless it has access to its own... No, even those are being blocked. They are being fully blocked because New York is fully blockaded. So if you blockade the market capital, it destroys world market access across the entire country. But if you want to destroy like their military shipyards and ports all over the place, you would have to blockade them everywhere. Because what that's doing is that they can't make ships. They literally, even though they have a company, they can't make ships. They're struggling to afford to make ships now because they're fully embargoed. So now they actually have a shortage, which is probably hurting their, yep, it is hurting their navy. And now that doesn't guarantee we win, but the fact their navy is being weakened is pretty helpful. Yeah, I don't think they'll starve in this. Oh, we're in Florida. I don't think they'll starve in the sense that like their pops will actually begin to starve because the US has food and all that. Although, we might have caused a famine somewhere as a consequence of our actions that may have led to hundreds of thousands of deaths. But we're gonna just ignore that. Yeah. It's technically not our problem. If you really think about it. We are spending like 400k right now though, because all of our reinvestment decided to go on another buying spree. I'm sorry, who's leading the Gentry Assembly? Oh, right, the Romanov guy. I totally forgot. Could we even pass free trade? Is that even feasible? I mean, we're on mercantilism right now, so getting off mercantilism is fine. It makes us easier for imports. Yeah, you know what? Sure. We'll see what we can do. Oh, good. The petite bourgeoisie are now led by a market liberal. We could get interventionism. We'll kind of look over it later. Oh, no. it looks like the main invasion force at Washington, D.C. got beaten back. So now we kind of need to, and this is understandable, we kind of need to redirect the army to the landing in Florida, which, good news, we have a landing in Florida that can allow us to still win. But yeah, so we're going to go ahead and just reestablish the blockade, because that did kind of just fall apart. But that won't take too long. We'll reestablish that, and as we can pretty much watch in real time, the income from this is just going to fall. So the blockade is increasing, and now it's losing money. It's not making money at all. It has only 24% market access and is losing money, so it's having to cut its trades. It can't export. Oh, because you don't have a leading commander, I see. Otto von Bismarck exiled from Prussia. I love this game. Huh, the laborers have the second most strength. That's weird. Oh, actually, that makes sense. We did kind of force everyone to start paying their workers more if they followed the state religion. So these people that were at 7 earlier when we looked at them were at 9. Oh my god, they're growing at a pop growth rate of 3.02. Oh my god, that's a lot of pops. Oh my goodness, okay. Interventionism, 25 efficiency. Oh, wait, the capitalists would get more contribution. Oh, maybe we stick to agrarianism, actually, because clergymen get a 50% contribution efficiency under agrarianism, and we did kind of expand their involvement to literally every ownership building in existence. Oh my god. They're making 515 on average. These guys are almost opulent. They're clergymen. Oh, this is delightful. 254 in wages. Oh my god. This state will never make enough services to save its life if this continues. I don't think it could ever make enough. I don't see how it makes enough. I'm just gonna turn that on even if it doesn't work out. But yeah, that's a disgustingly big one. Oh, we don't have the convoys. Ports make convoys, right? What makes convoys? Oh, yeah, nope, it is the ports that make the convoys, so I just need to make more ports. Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Oh, Ingria has Cotland Island now. I didn't even notice this. 5% market access price impact. Oh my god, I should have been building up Ingria so long ago. I didn't realize it had increased potential. Oh, it has the 200-sized company headquarters here. It's been doing fine on its own. It hasn't needed my intervention. Hopefully there's a lot of demand for merchant marines, because we're going to be making a lot. Oh yeah, we have elections now. Right. What is this abomination? What is... I know it's because the gentry are being led by a market liberal, but what is this abomination? This is landed voting. Why is the trade union about to get a seat in office? What is happening? I mean, it's beautiful, but it's disgusting. So we are having an issue now where we don't really have the supply for our troops, so I'm actually going to just send one of them home on purpose there. Because we do not have the supply for these troops. It's supposed to, unless, you know, you happen to have switched over to, I don't know, a market liberal leading your landowners, so they joined the Liberal Party instead of sticking to their own. We're just gonna dig in here in Florida and Georgia and just kind of slowly burn the place down. I did realize that they are surrendering because... Oh, they're gonna pay Egypt almost 20k every week. Oh, Egypt's dying. It's just regime change though, so it's okay. We already assessed that it was just regime change and that we're completely okay with that. Because it will shift them to something that's a bit more like-minded. I also just realized I never looked at our production for furniture. Do we want to make luxury furniture? Maybe we do. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. I'll make some more porcelain at least. Yeah, this is all good. This is fine. The Navy's expensive, but this is fine. Egypt will have a Russia-friendly regime, right? At least they'll be a little more like-minded, the whole voting like us. Oh my god, the Cadets Party is just getting every positive event, and I'm here for it. So Egypt has changed, and now has oligarchy. Did I say oligarchy earlier? It's oligarchy, I said landed voting. They have state religion too, which, thanks! Because now I can also make them Orthodox, because it's been long enough. So Egypt's now led by the Orthodoxy. Speaking of which, Persia is still mostly Shiite. Shiite? I might be mispronouncing it, but the Orthodoxy is increasingly growing. It is increasingly becoming more and more of the majority. So that's pretty exciting. Oh, no. Qing's losing. Oh, Qing's gonna lose 4 states to Britain. I hope that backfires on Britain later. What are the casualties of this war anyway? Ugh, yeah, Qing got their teeth kicked in, it looks like. But Britain paid a cost too of 200,000 pops. Oh, we already made Persia Orthodox. It is already their state religion. We did that a while ago. And then we just now did it to Egypt. But Persia's already been that way for a while. Actually, their little subject that we got is not, though. So we'll do that now. And then Brazil, I know it loves Catholicism. It is now Orthodox. We now have Orthodoxy in Brazil. Not a lot because they have freedom of conscience active. But it's enough. It'll be enough. It'll have to be enough. Let me get some more constructions going here because I noticed our tool prices kind of hit the ceiling again. Well, then really, it's actually not that expensive. Oh, poor Georgia. The poor state's been devastated a bit. Technically Florida, too. Oh, flooding and torrential rains because the cadets got elected. I should have known. So. Oh, so, I see. We can't really form a government unless we lower taxes. Ha. It's technically not a good thing. Technically not. So, they've been elected with 92% of the vote, but they don't have the right to form a government. Let's put it that way. Commercialized agriculture would be nice. Might just wait on that. Yeah, we might just wait on that. Yeah, apparently God did say no trade unions and just made it impossible to form it. Hey! The Russian-American Treaty of Transit, Commerce, and Friendship. Yeah, it's friendly. The Americans are loving it. They absolutely love this. Yeah, trust me, no, they hate this with every fiber of their being. Oh yeah, if you just wanted to see things for fun, we can build in the US now. So that's pretty cool. Actually, what is our GDP ownership in over here? Yeah, we've got bits and pieces. Oh wow, 30%. Oh, because we own the iron, which is making Russian iron. I like this company. It's funny. It doesn't own, it owns 4 railways in Wallonia. That's pretty cool. It's not making as much money as the food company is, apparently, but it's still making quite a bit of money. Oh, they expanded into Prussia and Austria. I mean, we knew that was coming, but we never really looked into that, did we? Oh, wow, why do they want so much meat? Oh, because they have so much prime meat. Wow, 60% meat is basic needs. Hello, good sir, and welcome. I see your hand wave. It is a pleasure to have you here. How long are we even active? 2 hours? Ooh, over 2 hours? Something like that. And then in Austria, it's 59% groceries. Yes. Oh, you're right. The food company can be given wheat farms, can't it? We never did do that. We can give them livestock ranches too, actually. You know what? We still have 2 free company charters. Oh, I can only give them one or the other. It's either livestock ranches or wheat farms. Oh, okay. That makes sense. Otherwise, the companies would be too powerful. Let's do the wheat farms then. Russian American company can keep livestock. Can it get livestock? No, it can't. It gets logging camps. It does prime meat, but the only meat producing thing it can get is whaling stations. Which is really weird. It's super weird. We could give them rights to buy fishing wharfs, though. Those don't make meat, they just make fish, but it's fish. Yeah, why not? Because we still have a free company charter. We can always revoke it later. If we so desire. Oh, the throughput on this one food industry is at 104. It's not even maxed out on the economy of scale. Our economy of scale can go up to 50, I think. No, it's at 40 right now because we don't have the final tech for it. That's right. Man, we need sugar. We import so much sugar from trade centers. Gonna build these up a bit here. Yeah, it's 50 without transportation infrastructure. It's 60 with it, presuming you have all the technologies that would buff it in various ways. Ooh, reformer. Let's take you instead. We'll make you the new admiral. Yeah, I don't know what to do about the government. It's kind of in a pickle. You mentioned oligarchy before, right? We could actually switch to it. The Orthodox Church would support it. Everyone else would hate it. But oligarchy? Huh? Capitalists? Besides, who needs to give women the right to vote? You don't need to give anyone the right to vote if no one can vote. And when I mentioned the whole women thing, I'm talking about the rights law. Women's suffrage. Our economy has stalled out the last year or two, I noticed. I assume that's because of the war, though, that we had with the US, which only just ended. Also, our companies are buying things overseas, like oh, they're building overseas. They don't care about us. They don't care about Russia anymore. They're just buying stuff overseas. Oh my god. Okay. No, we're not going to activate all these at once, but we are going to switch the first few over just to kind of get a feel for where our steel needs are. And also because it's going to murder the iron price, so there's that. Apparently our steel mills have been suffering and languishing. right. The trade union almost got power. Oh, that would have been terrible. They would have made sure everyone was healthy. But God, the Orthodox Church is already doing that, so you know, we don't need them. Right? Probably don't need them. Oh, there we go. The steel mills are in high productivity now. We actually need more steel. There's still a lot of iron mines that are not bought up yet. Hopefully that'll kind of... We could give them a monopoly. They already have a monopoly on railways. Never mind. That makes sense. Ah, they own 212 mines, though. Or buildings. 216 for the Russian-American company. 127 for our lovely food company. All in all, pretty good. It's pretty good. Can't complain. You could complain, but you can't. I'm surprised by how many pops are in Ingria, but I guess it's because of the high pop growth we have, that they're just kind of flooding in. So that's pretty cool. There are some companies that have steel factories. In fact, the new Russian company that we built does have steel factories. So they're already owning those and boosting those. Oh, I just realized this is paying an average annual wage of 255. This food company at 424 productivity. And according to its statistics, it has a net company profit of 104K. Like, it is just making money. It has started to buy a few wheat farms. Not a lot. I don't know if those will be any good in the end, but it is kind of starting to buy them here and there. So we'll see how those kind of unfold as time permits. But I do feel like wheat farms got massively nerfed because their predicted productivity is well below 10 at this point. But no, well, they'll probably readjust those as time goes on. Oh, France is dying to Britain. After starting... Wait. France started the war to steal and liberate a bunch of subjects. And now Britain's gonna shatter them. Oh, no. Britain might actually shatter France in half. The third Napoleon, and he's gonna see France weaker than his father. That's definitely not gonna look good, family reunion. Yep, rest in peace, France. You will be, you won't really be missed, because you'll still be here. Just weaker. Oh yeah, how is our trade doing now that we built all those trade centers? Oh my. Look at that, we have liquor being exported, wood is much higher in export, more sugar. We're importing 2,000 coffee, split between Brazil and Spain primarily. That's pretty cool. In fact, Spain, would you like to negotiate additional agreements? Maybe give me investment rights, I give you military assistance? Yeah? I'll even guarantee your independence? Oh yeah, the company monopolies. We gotta think about... Oh, wait, no, we mentioned the company monopolies. That's bugged unless we give them investment rights. Apparently, Egypt cannot invest in us anymore. Oh, right, I forgot the power block embassy. I have to take that out, because that's not working as intended now. Oh, you know what? Egypt does have investment rights in us. We could actually get investment rights in them. Yeah. We could get it in Egypt at least. And if we wanted to go the extra mile, we could give Egypt the right to all of our textile mills. Go on, I'm listening. I don't know if these work. Keep that in mind. I don't know if they will actually work in the end. They might not. This is what I'm thinking. Because then they'll be able to set up a lot of textile mills and give the bonus in our country. Yeah, yes, except... Apparently I can only give them one monopoly charter. And then once they have a monopoly charter, I can't give them any more for other buildings. So it's either they keep the food industry one or it gets switched out. But food industry is kind of their main bread and butter. But we'll make an agreement with Egypt, so they could start buying up all the... I think they've already bought up all of our textile mills, actually. I think they bought all the textile mills. They bought most of the textile mills. But by giving them a monopoly, it's going to give them a discount in purchasing more of those buildings. Oh boy. That's pretty fun. That explains why our dye prices have been going up too, actually, because we just have more need of dye. Have 10 or more articles in a single treaty. We just got the achievement. Excellent. We have a wall of text. Oh, the Caucasian War ended finally. That only took several decades. Which is how it normally goes. Oh, they're making so much money to just privatize everything. The level of investment is just unreal. It is slowing our economic growth down because it means investment that would be in Russia is going elsewhere, but yeah, oof. Consumption taxes on textiles, so you're proposing we tax clothes again? Suppose it's possible. Does this company make any special goods? Oh, that's where the cotton is coming. Okay, never mind. I understand. Sure, self-exile. Free up my agitator slot so I can get random dice rolls. Oh, I can just invite her back. That's funny. I need child labor laws gone, though, so... Textiles have gotten a little expensive again, but that's not like a huge expense. It's just kind of, hey, we probably need to build 5 of them in a few minutes. Eventually, really, whenever time permits. Yeah, it is a foreign company. It seems like the foreign companies don't cause the, they don't cause like a boost to the price increase, because it has the monopoly now, but I'm not seeing a textile price increase. I think that's unintended. I think it's meant to still act like a monopoly, but it's probably not working entirely as intended right now. Which, you know, it's okay. It's whatever. It's day 1 of the update. I don't expect it to work 100% right out the gate. What happened to your company profits? Where'd your money go? Oh, right. I built more of them. Never mind. I shoot myself in the foot, and then I wonder why it hurts. Okay, so we have a problem. Sweden is looking to annex a bunch of states, including most of Finland, and Prussia just joined their side. So if we don't intervene, Finland is going to die. But if we do intervene, we're going to war with Prussia. We can maybe win? Yeah, we can win. It's just, you know... gonna hurt. We could get Finland up, but I don't know. I feel biased in not letting that happen. Unless we think we can just invest in Scandinavia. Oh, they're a great power. Huh. Neat. Time to redact Sweden. Might have to, perhaps. Though it would suck to go to war against them. Balkanize them. Well, yeah, if we just join and win, Denmark's gonna enforce the balkanization with a cut down to size. It's just kind of a question of what we want to do about Russia, if anything. Oh, we are the greatest power in the world at the moment, so that's a nice bonus at least. I think there's not much we can do here, huh? Transfer Holozaren. We could do that, but that's given me another idea. Nope, they won't agree to it. Okay. We could take Holstein. That's something we can actually access. Technically, this means we'd just be helping in preventing the formation of Germany, though. An excuse to occupy. You want to burn Prussia to the ground completely. As in just wipe it out. Oh, that's so painful. You do realize we have Russian investments there, right? Very, very wealthy investments. But we could do it. Actually, that's given me a different idea. If we liberate the Rhineland, that would actually weaken Prussia permanently, and then we could probably make them a subject later. Yeah, let's do that. We'll do that. Because that way it permanently weakens them. Take Silesia. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I like your thinking. We're at 55 infinity, but who cares at this point? This is this state, right? Yep. Ah, no, we'll go with your idea. We'll take the state. That puts us to 90 infamy. Just enough to be stabbed in the back later by our allies. And our subjects. And their subjects. It'll be a grand time, trust me. You'll love it. Just gotta bring in the troops from the Far East. And from Ukraine. Gonna mobilize the Russian Bear for war, and the US joined. I presume the US joined because it's pissed about last time. Gonna have to raise taxes again. And I don't know if you caught it, but Prussia immediately withdrew from the alliance treaty that we had, which was not surprising. Although, we need to send someone over here or else they're just gonna cave in Denmark and that's it. Well, we'll find out if this is worth it, because I have no idea if it is. Oh, yeah. I can't because I'm not the primary leader of the war. Denmark is. We're just helping. Also, I need to pop taxes back down because then we can't pass oligarchy. How painful. We might just have to stop constructing for a bit. Because our company headquarters are too busy privatizing. Well, that's fine. We'll keep going. I think they are going to kill Denmark in the end, unless we can win one of the other fronts really fast. I do think they kind of caved Denmark's head in. But maybe we can beat Prussia before it's too late. As long as Finland isn't lost, I'm sated. Losing Finland is my main concern because I consider it a part of our empire, and I refuse to lose it just because the Swedes decided they wanted to get a little uppity and take some territory from us. You know? So I think we're just going to deficit spend a lot here, try to pass the law that will probably fail because a lot of people are opposed to it and they're unhappy and angry and the radicals don't like it. Oh, we're bolstering the radicals still, aren't we? We should probably do the opposite of that. Over here shooting ourselves in the foot again. Probably make it a lot easier if we made them marginal instead. Apparently only one of the generals is pushing. That explains why it's slow. There we go. Kind of pushing now. I'm just kind of thinking a little, having to focus. Null state, not null state. Oh look, explosives. As much as I want to get more of these techs done, I really want to. I think we need to kind of step it up and get the production techs done. Oh, Bye. I here died overseas. Yeah, we really should get the secret police going too. We've just been kind of stuck on slow walking a lot of our laws. It's just taken time to get them done. Okay, we took Holstein, and it looks like Sweden's northern border has collapsed, so I think we've won this. It's just clean up now. So, yay! We've won the war! Get your party caps ready, I guess. We helped start a war in Europe, and now we're going to win the war in Europe. Not exactly how it happened, but, you know. That's what the history books will say, or something like that. Now the radical movement has already fallen by 5%. Oligarchy is getting a bit easier to enact. The trade union calmed down somewhat. Oh, they're doing work to rule. That's why our construction slowed down. Man, they would really rather invest in foreign countries instead of home. I mean, I'm glad they're doing it, but wow, do they not care about home. I might just keep the taxes up after the war, just because. Speaking of which, we are still doing our blockade of the US in this continuation of the war against them. So we have made sure that their economy has stalled out. Oh, it could be because of the wages. Well, maybe, but they're getting a lot of reinvestment still. But I see what you mean, that it's probably cheaper overseas for them to buy a lot of things right now than it is to build something new. So they're just doing that instead. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. I could see that. Oh, hey, meat went up in price. That's cool. When does it go back down? We should just build more textiles and then let that Egyptian company buy them up. Because that's pretty much what they'll do. Oh! I can't even build them! I can't build... Ah, that might be a problem. I might have to take off their monopoly then, because that's a bit of an issue. Yeah, that's a bit of an issue. I'ma just quietly revoke that. Thank you. Okay. I'm still gonna let them buy them. They can still buy it all. But, I kind of need to build them. Yeah, we're gonna have to yoink the monopoly. It sucks for them, but it's whatever. Okay, Prussia's out of the war. And since Prussia's out of the war, I'm gonna partially demobilize because the Swedes won't have enough troops to win. Unfortunately for the Swedes, they will not have enough to win. And that partial demobilization will help our budget. I also see our private investment pools come home to invest. Yay. Well, kind of. They're investing in Egypt, but close enough. Egypt's like a part of Russia now, right? With all the investments we've done. It's technically a part of our sphere. Let's see. Probably expand some of the coal, because I think we can export coal quite a bit now. Oh, we actually do export. Coal is actually our biggest export now. Probably got interrupted because of the ongoing war, I'm sure, but still. Get a bunch of trade centers along this route, and then we're actually going to do some small coal investments as well. Yeah, the US just left the war. Bavaria's having a revolt. Or, sorry, civil war. Close enough. Let's do it like this. Then we'll go ahead and invest just a little more into steel. I know we're running a deficit, but it's probably going to be fine. God, I hope it's fine. I might have to revoke some foreign investment charters if they keep choosing to invest elsewhere. I'm sure it'll be fine, though. How is Qing doing? Have they managed to get off serfdom? No? Well, they're making tea. Well, they're trying to make fresh tea. Premium tea. Oh, right. Britain kind of ripped them apart, huh? You know what, Britain? I hope you, well, you know what? That will do it. Yep, that'll do it. They'll have a Han secessionist movement soon, at least. And we just got shrapnel artillery, so we can upgrade the army again. And Sweden has lost the war. Prussia's belligerent now, and I don't blame them. We did take one of their core states. They're pretty upset about that. No, you're not getting the state. It's all or nothing. They're over here trying to ask if they can take one state, and I'm like, no. Get back in your corner. Oh, look at that. That's why it's more profitable now. It actually dropped the wage to 205, which, I mean, they're still living a lavish lifestyle, so they can't complain. I was wondering why it suddenly went up. Yeah, Sweden thinks it can still win. The reality is that it can't. Norway exists again. Oh, apparently Denmark's being invaded by Spain. That's funny. That's also not my problem. Oh, good, elections. I hope they don't get interrupted by a change. Who else supports the landed voting switch? Just the industrialists? They have no legitimacy, though. Oh, well. Well, that's fine. We import so much sugar. We're actually exporting clothes again. Cool. I do so enjoy the activities of trade. Wow, 13K for sugar. That's a lot. It's pretty good profit right there, I'd say. And it could be better if we had interest in the required markets. So we'll just set that up now and be on our way. I love how our debt has risen back up. Now we're paying 150K in interest and we're trying to not care about it. But secretly we do kind of care about it. Oh, Austria has smelled blood, I guess. They're going after Denmark. Which, fine by me. It's not them going after us, and we can just keep building. I really want to get that next company slot, but we're just chugging along when it comes to technology. We might just rush for it next, then, and just leave the steel for later. It would be good to have more steel, but we seem to be producing enough as it is. The crusade for change, yeah, for oligarchy. That sounds like a neat change. Oh, good, the election's over. The cadets can take power now, right? There's not gonna be anything that would say otherwise. As soon as I'm done messing around in the background here and tweaking. Oh! Egyptian orchards has now spread to us as well. I wonder how long they've been there. Also, can I just mention I love how their headquarters is in Moscow. Or, sorry, their regional headquarters is in Moscow. I really love it. It didn't need to go there of all places, but it did. And I, for one, am very happy that it did, because it is just funny. Oh no, it got a 7% stall chance? Oh. Oh boy. I don't know what God wants anymore. The Orthodoxy is very confused. God wants something and we have no idea what it is. Hey, do we still have that treaty? We do for 9 more months and then they can kill it. They've been paying 19k to Egypt a week for 5 years. God. Easily in the millions. Oh. What happened here? Colonial war, I guess. Welsh mass migration from Wales. The Welsh are fleeing Wales. All 800,000 of them. How many of them are actually leaving, though? We have to go to the next week tick to see. Oh, about 5% of the population. Neat. We'll try to take good care of them, but I can't promise anything. Stuff happens all the time. Ugh, what a nice company. 18% market price. Oh my god. That's just unfair. Those people need to eat. I'm the reason they have to pay that much, but there's 9% of the population is experiencing mild starvation. We might be on the verge of a famine in Persia. Yeah. There's a reason why I told you to try to end serfdom and you didn't listen. Less alcohol, more groceries? Maybe. Or we can be really stuck in our ways and just build more food industries. Oligarchy will pass eventually. It's just really taking its time. That's 32% price. I don't even have Zeppelins yet. I thought we'd tech faster, but our literacy rate has been growing more slowly than I expected because we're only at level 3 education. Right, because public education gives more education access. That's why. Oh. What else do we have? Patronize realist art, farms to factories, urbanize Russia, as if we haven't been doing that. Trans-Siberian Railway. Apparently some states still don't have a railway, which doesn't really surprise me that much. So I guess we'll just assign some of those. Because of all those rivers. We can't switch to public schools without ending state religion, so we are stuck with the religious schools for probably till the end of this live stream. So, good idea. The game won't let us do it. The game said no. God said you'll take your book to bed and you will read every second of it. Forgot to switch over when we researched dynamite. I've been forgetting. I forget a lot of things when I'm streaming and recording. Because I'm just not as focused. That's okay. There we go. There's oligarchy. Now we can form a government of our choosing once again that still requires the gentry assembly. Can I just kick you out? No. I kind of can, but they kind of need to be in government, I guess. Okay, so I guess now I have to scroll through and figure out what we want. Ugh. I mean, I love secret police, as we mentioned before, but I'd also like to reduce child labor. But the trade union don't really have the clout to stay in government. Bourgeoisie led by someone who loves... we could get free trade. Yeah, we're still on mercantilism. We could go for... I could go for some free trade. Yeah. Yeah, we could go for some free trade. Sounds good to me. Because right now, under mercantilism, we get a bonus for exports, but we get a negative for imports. So all that sugar is actually being imported with a disadvantage being applied. It's still an advantage in the end because of trade privileges and apparently religion. But we are suffering minus 25% for being on mercantilism, so that would be a very good flip from minus 25 to plus 25. We're gonna work towards that canal company next. Get straight to investment banks. We just got pump jacks, which means not only can we find and use oil effectively... Oh. Hang on, I broke something. There we go. Not only can we do that, but we can also use automatic irrigation. Yay! We do not have the engines for full industrialization of that yet, but we can work on it. Yeah, so what trade advantage does is if it's positive, it will make the import cost and export costs better for the trade center. It makes it easier for it to get a profit. So the higher the positive, the better. Because it's going to impact, from relative advantage, it's going to impact that export price and import price. And if it's negative, it's harder for them, and so on and so forth. Because this trade center in Kiev is making a lot of money from just mass importing sugar. It's making 20k in revenue from it. So if it could suddenly get more money out of that, that'd be pretty good. Oh, we're finding lots of oil now, so that's nice. Oh, so much company profit, so little time. Until I make more food industries, apparently, and it falls further. Wow, this one really fell in its profitability, actually, but that's because liquor got cheap, I suppose. Oh, I'd love a liquor obsession, but the company we tried to go with didn't work. I think what we need to do then is kind of just expand the trade network some more. Because it seems to be getting some pretty good use out of it. It just needs higher capacity in some areas. Though having free trade will make it a bit easier. Means we won't be able to do any tariffs though, so that is a downside. But we can make it work. Yeah, we can make it work. I really want to get more construction going, but our deficit spending is just way too high. They're just buying up so many buildings that keep getting built across the world. Which, again, I don't mind. It's really fun to watch, but my god, do I have to spend so much money myself. Which I guess that also works. We haven't gone bankrupt, we've just been heavily in debt. Oh, some gold depleted again, so let's just snatch that right up. Before anyone else does. Well, there's a lot of unemployed in this state. It is extremely undeveloped. Hopefully that will fix it. We just researched photographic art right after finishing realist art. That's funny. Proportional taxation law, maybe. Let me check. It would get us another 72k right now, yeah. It would help. We still have a good deal of peasants, though, but they're only 43% of the country. I think because we're growing so fast population-wise, and then it took us a decade longer than I planned to get off traditionalism, that we just don't have the same build-up I was expecting, which is fine, you know, things can't go right all the time. If they did, it would make the game a little boring. So I'll just super build some states. I think we're in a position where I can do this. Just a few more steel frame buildings now. Because the extra steel that we needed should have been built up a while ago. And with the extra engines, we should be able to convert our cotton plantations over so we can make more fabric ourselves. Although we're importing some prestige fabric, which is helpful, we may as well upgrade our own buildings. I just don't see why we shouldn't. Shopkeepers, clerks, and clergymen are that have the most power in the country. Not the capitalists, who are apparently less than the laborers. I love that. It's definitely because of the state wage increase that happened that we kind of forced onto them. Definitely had a negative consequence there. And then these peasants are actually happy with their current life, which is a problem. Because it means they're not trying to find a different job anywhere. And I can't have that, so we're going to build up some of these farms. Just cut into their space. Or hope more people arrive and just take a different job. That also works. Bourgeoisie patronage for art. Sure, it just means there's going to be all that really does, but I will go ahead and do it for fun. All it really does is it just decides how many clerics and how many academics are in the building, and that's it. That's all it does. Oh, I can change the regional headquarters to increase clergy oversight. I didn't even realize that. So these weren't even hiring clergymen at the time. They were still hiring shopkeepers. I just changed that over to clergymen. Fantastic. Very fantastic. I don't like saying I'm nationalizing things, so I'm just going to ignore that and presume it's just a bug. Oh, do we not have a treaty with Japan anymore? No, we still do. Okay, it was just in the wrong... Just in the wrong window. So we might regret this, but I'm going to get investment rights into Japan now as well. So now we can invest into Japan. And we have free trade. So that's pretty good. And let's go get that secret police now. It's on our mind. I don't think the trade centers can. I think there's no production method switch I can add. Yeah, no. The only thing we can do is decide the level of trading. Yeah, that's all we can do. Which happens, I suppose. $5.3K sugar import. Wait, we're actually exporting lots of liquor? I'm surprised. I didn't think there was demand for liquor. Oh, there seems to be some demand for it. We're literally the exporter of liquor. I don't... Interesting. I don't think anyone got an obsession with it. It's just coincidental, perhaps. Not too sure. Is this the Austrian market? It is. I'm trying to find one of their bigger trade centers to narrow it down and figure out where it's coming from. But I don't think there's any obsession with liquor anywhere. I think it's just a very big coincidence. Although they're Polish obsessed with it. No. Okay. Well, I tried. Let's see. Groceries are just the expensive part. Which is fine. That's kind of how we designed it on purpose. Oh, vacuum canning spreading to us. That'll be exciting. There's mutual funds. So that means... Oh, we can't do the publicly traded because we already... We got the other thing, right? I forgot. Oh, well, that's fine. Oil discovered in Baku. That will be great to build up later. Not at the moment, but that's definitely on a to-do list when oil really becomes a priority. Just kind of scroll back up here for the moment. How much would we get total? Oh, we're not even... We switched over yet then, are we? You know what? Would it be risky to switch this all over right away? Yeah, it'd be very risky, but we just need to switch more of them then. We are not as switched over as I thought we were. There's a lot of construction sectors that we kind of built. There we go. That should be decent. We'll increase the price of steel, which I'm okay with. They're already building more anyway. And the price of iron will depreciate, which, yeah, we'll deal with. It's okay. There we go. Not too bad, right? I think we're doing fairly well. We actually almost have Spain in the market. Hang on, maybe if I draft a stronger treaty. Although we've kind of drafted a somewhat strong treaty as it is. There's not much else we could really make agreements on without giving them an alliance. Which I suppose is the next step, but we're kind of running out of influence. So that does have its own issue. Today we've effectively reached 250 million GDP at 131 million pops because we're already growing for over 3 million a year. Goodness. Not counting any migrations that may or may not be occurring. Oh, radical movement gets privacy concerns permanently. Oh. I guess they can get more attraction because the radicalism is at 100%. Okay, maybe that was a mistake. I hope not. So apparently they're threatening a sort of civil war if they ever get the opportunity. Oh yeah, monopoly in Spain too. I did not consider that. Oh, they have some wheat farms in Spain. Oh, you know what? Qing was weakened thanks to what happened. Oh, in fact, at some point Qing got antagonistic towards us and broke the treaty with us. Darn. I guess that's because of the extremely high infamy we got, so they got very discontent by the idea of doing things. Doing dealings with us. Let's focus on Spain here. What companies does Spain have? Maybe we do want them to have investment rights. They have no companies. Good job, Spain. You're on a roll. You're doing such a good job, Spain. They're doomed, man. They're so doomed. Well, you know, Benwood furniture sounds nice. It's not a bad idea. Oh, can you get multiple monopoly rights? I thought you couldn't. Oh, I guess I can get multiple monopoly rights. It's just the industry rights. Okay, I was wrong. I must have misread that when I was going through it. Yeah, how about we give Austria some investment rights so their furniture company can start buying stuff? Oh, no, I see what you mean in Spain. Yeah, let's do that first. Mutual investment. Well, I mean, I guess we've already overrun Spain, though, haven't we? Well, anything of value. Yeah, we've got like a lot of 25s, 18, 20%. And that's mainly stuff that our companies do well in. So it might be more of just we need more companies. We'll never get around to those in 13 months. At least we have good tech spread. Then we just gotta get glass back to normal for its prices. Which we are kind of working on, but we need to build more because we started using more. Groceries down to 23%. Oh my god. It's still making over 100k a week, though. As for our trade, it is kind of high, actually. We make a lot of textiles, thanks to the investments from Egypt. We export coal, too, which I like seeing. Oh, that's pretty good. Trade Center is doing kind of okay, it looks like. Could be better, could be worse. It's, you know, it's operating. It's functional. For now. We should probably get poor laws. We do have people who are kind of starving because they're unemployed, but the unemployment's been slowly growing because we've been dealing with so many peasants, and as usual, half of our private pool's investment pool is just being thrown overseas for investments. Which has been great for them, honestly. It's just 0.25% of capitalists. Not as much as I expected. Small arms to the USA. That sounds like a good idea, except for the part where they're antagonistic and they kind of want to kick our heads in the moment they get the opportunity. So as funny of an idea as that is, I don't know if we want to be arming the United States. Oh, why'd Egypt withdraw? Uh-oh. Egypt withdrew from our treaty. I guess just because it was expired and the AI just does it at random. So we'll just have to make a new one. That's fine. We can go ahead and just establish it. Defensive alliance and all. Yeah, I think it's just because it ran out of time. We can make it 99 years and they would agree. Yep, that's fine. There we go. Treaty of St. Petersburg in force for 99 years. Unless they renegotiate their way out of it, they're not getting out of it. This time. Ooh, tea. I know we need some of that. We always do. We import a lot of it. Make like 30 of them. It'd be a good idea. We import half the tea that we use anyway. Make Egypt go national militia? In theory, we could make them do that by requiring them to do a law commitment. But that appears to have limits on what you can do with it. Oh, Persia's at 10 million people. How nice. They still haven't changed their laws, though, but one thing at a time, I guess. Well, Japan's kind of doing better financially speaking. Mitsu. Alright. But these are good ideas still, Vincent. They are good ideas. But some of them are just funny. Let's see what happens. Sometimes that goes really well. Sometimes the game kicks us in the head. We never know. One thing I am certain, though, is that we might want to be exporting more liquor and importing more sugar, if time permits. If time permits. Well, these are positive for the most part. It's just having issues elsewhere. Oh, apparently a lot of our engine demand is not me needing it for other things. We've been exporting the engines this whole time. It's been an export. We're importing 1,500 merchant marines. Why is Spain making so many ships? True, it would make Egypt militarily dependent on us, but we also just roped them into a treaty for 99 years, so... I'd say they're pretty under lock and key at this point. Wait... How many are you exporting? Okay, so the numbers are a little off in some of the tooltips. That makes more sense. But yeah, evidently, we need to start making more of our merchant marines. Oh! Some of them are not being paid for, so it lost its people. I see. We'll build a level 30. We'll build up to level 30 port in Port Ingria, since it has that extra 20% throughput. That does, by definition, make it stronger. Britain can't keep getting away with it. They just can't keep getting away with it, man. Yeah, we could probably start building power block statues too. That's something we could do as a for fun thing. I don't have the steel because we can't take the British Raj, and a lot of the other things they have are a little out of the ordinary. What if we do something else? We could enforce the treaty article. Force a goods transfer too, which is just a funny thought to me. But yeah, maybe liberate India. That might be the best one to do here. Is that a treaty article, perhaps? No, I'm not seeing that. Transfer subject, revoke, liberate, country. You know what? It's probably because I don't have an interest over them. You can do that, I'll get back to it in a minute. Russian-Spanish society as a result of Spain declaring a rivalry against a Russian rival. Was it against the British? Yep, British. Or the French, I guess, but I'm going to assume it was the British. Because that makes the most sense and it makes me the most happy. Socialism is spreading? How could this be? Who could have done this? Heinrich Marx is probably in a corner chuckling to himself. Yeah, there's liberate subject, British Raj. There we go. That's why I couldn't see it the first time. We'll send most of our army groups over here, but we are going to have to keep a few back just to deal with any surprise attacks or unexpected developments. Can't trust the entire populace, you see. Oh, wow, yeah. Qing is going for, like, total reconquest. They want to retake all their lost states, and then they'll try to help us remove the Raj. That'll be good. We actually have too much munitions demand now. Which is fine. I already have the... I can already switch to explosive shells. I just hadn't done it yet because... At the time, we didn't have the demand, but now we do. Well, mobilized, at least. So we'll see what we can do for crippling Britain here. I forgot my fleet was still stationed around the US. I'm just, like, ready to punt the US back down again. 464 now, it's just growing. I love it. Oh, the US and Spain went to war. Guess the Maine blew up. Oh shoot, this doesn't have a leader. Okay, you're trade union, you're a modernizer though, so that's fine. Another trade union, utopian, okay, whatever, sure. Why did the trade union have 10% clout? A little concerning. Oh well. Indeed. Oh, look, Munitions Corporation of Russia. Someone said something about guns, right, in the military-industrial complex? Well, we should probably make the armed forces stronger instead, you're right. I was just picking at the time to just toss someone in to throw them on the front and then forget about them for a few years. Where is... Oh, right, the Suez Company requires us to have either 5 ports or 5 trade hubs over here, so... We just need to do that really quick. That's going to take us a bit. And then it will be fine. But no, you got a point. We probably don't want to make the trade union stronger. Then again, they're kind of in a middle ground state where I don't really care if they get stronger, but I'm not really focusing on making them get stronger. So I suppose that's where I am with the trade unions at the moment for this run. Because long live the Tsar. And may his reign last forever longer and all the good stuff. There's a Welsh peasant union, or peasant revolt going on. Sorry, it's not a union, I apologize. They're not unionizing, they're revolting, and someone's going to get hurt if that continues. Yeah, let's see what we can do. Munitions mania. Sorry, an event popped up and I double-clicked without realizing, but apparently our munitions plant just got a buff for 5 years because we're at war with Britain. So that's pretty cool. I've actually never seen that before. Spain just formed its own power block because it became a great power. Well, good for you, Spain. It's not like I wanted to bring you into mine or anything. How ungrateful. I'm sure they didn't mean any harm by it. Probably. Kurdish Kurdistan uprising. See, I knew something unexpected could happen. Actually gonna bring one of these troops over, stop that landing, and then a smaller group we're actually gonna bring back to make sure they don't take the capital by surprise. But we do seem to be winning our naval landings in Britain, so if all goes well, Britain will fall once again, like last time. Ideally before the budget breaks. We're at 152 million credit now. My god, we really have just been trying to outpace our credit. Okay, yeah, so these naval invasions should win. They should just take it over, but they're kind of not working. It's just a little weird. They sometimes work and they sometimes don't. Alright, efficient canning practices is something we can now utilize. It's going to add a godload of fish to demand. In fact, it's going to add more fish than we have. It's going to add oil, which we also don't have, so we're about to see some sudden spikes in demand for resources we cannot adequately provide right now. And that's okay, because we want their demand to skyrocket to where we can not accurately, but capably produce a lot of them. We're probably going to see a significant spike in imports for fish, too. Oh, yeah, wow, the trade center's 2.8k. The trade centers reacted instantly and just instantly started mass importing fish. So setting up all those trade networks that we did a long while ago has paid off even more. It immediately reacted. So that's pretty good. Now we're gonna see the food industry go down at first because it's suddenly producing more food groceries. But predictably it should go up, and ideally the price will go down. For the duration of the war. Oh, they changed this. That's cool. 6% mortality increase sucks, but we'll take it. We'll deal with it. Yeah, fish prices got really high really fast. I love it. We have occupied the capital, so Johore is the only thing that needs to be taken. I guess we'll just bring someone down there and handle it. Yeah, we do want to get the oil company, and I just remember this because it should have finished by now. We do want to grab the Suez Canal Company. If I can find it here. Is it not ports? What do they use? Oh no, I think that's right. Ports are something you give them. It has to be, yeah. Oh, it's a Port and Trade Center. Did we not build the 5th one yet? It has to be nationalized, I see. I see, I just needed to own the 5th one. Okay, that's fair then. There we go. Suez Canal Company is now in business, and we are actually going to give it rights to the shipyards. You know, we could go a step further. We could give them a monopoly on all of our trade centers. A lot of which do actually make fair profit. Some of them don't. Some of them suffer, but that's just the wild inaccuracy of trading while under a global conflict. But it'll be fine. I think. I'll take that 20 legitimacy boost, thank you. And we enacted our secret police at some point. I just never paid attention because, again, we are invading Britain. And Britain does not play nice. Britain tends to not play nice. Make them go strong? Yes. And we'll get commercialized agriculture as well. So that'll be fun. Just kind of reading a bit here before I do it. Who does not agree with this? The Orthodox Church? They're at 7 already, so we've lost the bonus? Okay. In that case, we're just going to enact it anyway. Japan's got another revolt going on, Jesus. Yeah, there we go. Our naval invasion's working. I just forgot to change their orders. They've almost taken it over. They already bought 6 trade centers in Syria and bought shipyards in Austria. That's funny. Looks like they might not need the monopoly after all. They seem to be doing just fine. They just need time to grow is all. Sweet, now we have medical hygiene local, which is definitely a lock that has not been fully fixed. It's reducing mortality and recovery, giving recovery for 20 years. But the civilian assisting with the dead is giving mortality for 10 years, so it's kind of a net neutral. Protests across Kamchatka. Who's protesting here? There's like 110,000 of you, and that's it. What could you be protesting? Oh, look at that. Our standard of living is averaged at 15 with +2 for modifiers. Very nice. Still have way too many peasants, though. No. We're not agreeing to this. It's all or nothing. Britain has lost this war. Right, power block statues. I had somewhat forgotten. You know what? We'll build some down in the south. One in Moscow, one in Ingria, and then we'll build it around the mountains. And we'll make that our little start. That way we have some of them assigned. I think it's a good start. Oh god, the fish imports, the sugar imports, the profit from it is nuts. I feel like it's nuts. Maybe it's not. These are certainly... I want to say they're doing well, but they're paying their workers really low wages, which is very concerning. But it might also be because the price of sugar is really high and because the price of liquor is really low, that they've been struggling to make a profit from it. So it may have created some unexpected and unintended issues that would have otherwise not occurred, but that's okay. It's something that we can deal with still. Oh, one of the generals died at some point. I don't even know which front he was on. He's definitely on a front, that's for sure. Oh yeah, the Suez Canal Company seems to be buying up the best trade centers in Egypt right now. Wow. Yeah, they're buying up, like, all the trade centers in Egypt that they've been using to trade, imports and exports. Because they export sugar to us in Austria. And now the Suez Canal Company is going to make a profit off of that. Among other profits. Yeah, they just bought up the rest of them, didn't they? Yeah, they just bought up the whole thing. They just bought up all of them in Lower Egypt. That's awesome. Lead prices are up. That's cool. We'll just quietly build more lead in the background and forget about it. Yes, we do need to join Panama at some point. And there we go. We have crippled Britain, and we have restored Qing to its former glory. They will thank us by becoming hostile very soon. I forgot to do this while they were not hostile, but, well. Let's just get everything that isn't investment rights before they get upset. They'll be wary now. That at least gives us something for a couple of years to work with until they're happier with us. Otherwise, you run into that situation where they Blue Nile premium. What is happening? Yeah, both Panama and the Suez Canal give the +1 company slot when they are prosperous. So it is definitely worth our while to grab the other one if the opportunity presents itself. In fact, I'll take off the Bengal one and pop it over the Panama Canal so we have that ready. We don't have the tech done for it, but we can be ready for it. I don't think we have it done. Yeah, civilizing mission, we don't have that done yet. The armies are on their way back, but they're kind of in attrition until they're back. And we have 15 million peasants still. I'm surprised. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised. So, India's collapsed, and Bengal, which came out of it, decided to rival us. Presumably, that's the last vestiges of the East India Company, just angrily shaking their fist at us. I wonder what this does to Britain. Oh my god! Not the British economy! Anything but the British economy! That's a... Oh my god, they were at 160 million, now they're down to 104. They've lost almost half their GDP. Technically, their standard of living's gone up, though, which I get the feeling is not going to last. I have a sneaking suspicion that it is not going to last. Oh, right. They were kind of having their whole country burned down. That, you know what, that would explain some of the GDP drops, too, is we kind of burned parts of Britain to the ground. Just keep in mind it now affects the throughput of their buildings. So that is hurting them as well. Not that we need to worry about that. That's kind of a problem for them to solve. Not really our problem. I want Zeppelins, but we don't have enough of the air food text done to make it quick. I guess we'll just grab human rights. So once we're in a position to ban child labor, we can just do it all at once. There's a lot of market liberals around, though. That's kind of scary. A little scary how many of them there are. I don't even know how many gold mines we have at this point. I just know that we've built way too many of them. And we're probably going to build way more of them later. Just get a bunch of rice farms going. Not rice, rye farms. That way a bunch of peasants get employed. And we'll just build up the fertilizer plant more after the end of it. It's running a small deficit anyway. It'll just be the perfect timing. I think this is going quite well. We had some hiccups here and there. We've been debt spending for just forever, but we've made it work. So far. It's worked so far. Yeah, that's right. It wants railway there and there. Not that I think they're effective. Oh, revolution in Italy. Apparently Sicily is having a revolt. It's no longer the two Sicilies, it's Sicily versus Sicily. And one Sicily is willing to become our subject. So guess what we're mobilizing for? I don't know if Sicily left Austria's bloc. I noticed earlier they were still in it. But if they had left it earlier, or even if they hadn't, they're ours now. So we now have some South Italians who can provide us with a plethora of sulfur. In fact, guess who has the Anglo-Sicilian Sulfur Company? Guess who's going to enjoy buying lots of sulfur in our country? Oh my god, 92%! Oh. Oh, that's disgusting. Not even built up. And they just switched it to the condensing engine pump because now they're in a market that actually has lots of demand for it. That's beautiful. Huh? Okay, I don't know what happened, but somehow... Oh! Oh, okay. Italian shenanigans occurred. And, oh god, now I have to fight this or else I transfer 180k to Naples? Anyway, Italian shenanigans occurred and, Sardinia Piedmont just annexed our Sicily. So, that's a little weird. It's a little crazy, but, you know, okay. I'll just accept it and make negotiations with what appears to be the leader of Italy. We'll just make a 25-year agreement with them that gives us investment rights and trade agreements, so it's not perfect, but it is something we can afford to do, which is good enough. It's at least something we can do. Oh, so much liquor, so much groceries. It's probably not even worth me making all this liquor. Especially because the wages here are terrible. I don't know why they're so terrible here. Oh well. Not my problem, I guess. It kind of is, but I just want to pretend it isn't. At least for a few minutes. We can just ignore it for a few more minutes. Then maybe we can deal with it. Yeah, there we go. Oh, that would be funny if we made the papacy a part of the Orthodoxy, yeah. Although I think at this rate, also, not Sardinia, but I think Sardinia Piedmont's gonna kind of just annex everyone over time. Oh, apparently the US went to war with Mexico at some point. Oh, because they went after Honduras, and then Mexico intervened to save them, and now Mexico's paying the price. Trying to do a good deed. How's the British economy now? Partially recovered. It's partially recovered. Hey, we got farms to factories. It only took us almost 50 years in the game. Well, what this means is that it means the number of peasants is below 35% in the country. Because we're getting so many pops growing so often already that we couldn't keep up, along with the delayed start we had. Well, that's fine. Yep, rip Mexico. They will maybe be missed. Did they do it? The Russian-American company did it. They colonized literally all of Alaska. Oh, it's so beautiful. So perfect. Why is your economy growing? Aren't you all supposed to be poor? Oh, because they found gold. Cool. Right, capture the other realms. We have to get Constantinople from the Ottomans, which isn't hard. They're unrecognized. And then there's the Pope, because Pope. Although last time we went on the Ottomans, they just kind of bowed down. Oh? The Suez Canal prosperity bonus is activated, so now not only are we getting 50k and getting 25% trade advantage, but we now have another company slot. You can see here, it is now providing us a company slot. Which now begs the question on what are we going to assign next as our company? Maybe. Enriched fertilizer. I could see that being useful for all the grain farms. Not sure if it's worth a company slot, though. Oh, right. Russian oil company. We were debating on that, weren't we? Yes, but the problem is that we need to survey the Panama Canal first before we do that, and we have to get civilizing mission. Which I guess I'll queue up in order to do that. We would have to then take it from New Granada, who is at least neutral, so it wouldn't be hard to get relations up with them. In theory, in practice, it might be a little difficult. I love how we have these different oil companies. And they all give something different. Pure opium. Stylish furniture. Although in saying that, I'm curious about the Austrian company we saw before. Doesn't seem like it's invested anywhere in us. That's fine. Just curious. I love how the Suez Canal Company just buys it up right after it pops up. And it's just making so much money. Might not be making as much now, but it's still making a lot. It's just beautiful. We do have one of them that's running a deficit that we're paying for, but it imports and exports so much. Especially on the import side of things. In fact, if we go check our import-export page, it is... Honestly, it's very diverse. I'm surprised how much grain we're exporting. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised. The Russian Alaska Company, sadly. Yeah. Although, to be fair to them, they have done decently well. They own a good deal of our logging camps. Maybe not too many of them, though. Well, they've bought up a fair bunch of them and greatly increased their productivity. Apparently, the groceries company cut its wages a bit again, which tells me it's fallen on some hard times due to the constant price fluctuations. Maybe making liquor in the long run isn't the best idea, or at least maybe only do pot stills. That way you have more groceries. Still very fun, though. I see we have way too much glass demand. Which is not pop consumption, it's just all the construction. I would probably want to go grab these and just kind of put more down all over the place. In reason. Shocked at how many peasants we still have. That just shows you how much we've been growing, that we just can't outpace our peasantry. But with all of that said, we have been streaming for several hours now. I have not eaten anything since lunchtime, around noon. So I do think we are going to go ahead and give it a rest here after almost 5 hours. So I am going to thank all of you for watching this. This was very fun. It was nice to have you all here too. I very much enjoyed it. I haven't streamed in months, and you all made it quite enjoyable. So again, thank you for that. Yes, we could probably continue it in the next stream, like give the devs a week or two to kind of patch it up. I've got a save here for it at 1883. So unless their patches break the save, we can go ahead and just do it again. Just play it more. And yeah, I believe we'll go ahead and leave that here.